Good morning, everyone. After an extraordinary first day, we return with even more energy. Today marks a special moment, the launch of 2BS Stratcom. At a time when the information space has become the decisive battlefield of our century, it is both timely and essential to engage in a proactive discussion on how we meet this challenge. We start the day off with a panel on competing narratives, identity, and influence, and how they shape the Western Balkans' Euro-Atlantic journey. Guiding this important conversation is Dr. Olivera Komar, Professor of Political Science at the University of Montenegro. Olivera, with great pleasure, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the panel about competing narratives, identity, influences, and Euro-Atlantic journey of Western Balkans. As you can see, we have a lot to talk about, and we don't have much time, as you know. We have 40 minutes, so we should start going. Sophie already said something really important, and that is that today we live in a world where wars are not waged only with arms. I'm not naive. I know that that was the case before, but not to this extent. Today, battles for people's minds, for controlling people's minds, are constant. So there is no ceasefire. And what is the best way to control people's minds and to control people? To confuse them. And how do you do that? You do that by feeding false information, by feeding alternative information, by feeding information that creates doubt. And although skepticism and doubt is healthy to some extent, it can also create confusion, and confusion results in lack of trust. I don't know if you were here during our last panel, but yesterday we talked about what happens when people lose trust into domestic international organizations and institutions. What happens is that you just have really palpable consequences of an invisible enemy. So this morning we have three exquisite participants and panelists to try to start the conversation on this really, really important and really, really difficult topic, and we'll just start going. I will introduce our first panelist, and that is German Ambassador to Montenegro, His Excellency Ambassador Peter Felten. Please join us. Our second panelist, who will also join us at the stage in a minute, is Mr. Emanuele Joffre, Deputy Managing Director for Europe and Central Asia at EAS. Please, Dr. Joffre, join us. And our third panelist today is Ambassador of Italy to Montenegro, Her Excellency Ms. Andreina Marcela. Please join us. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. So, good morning again. Thank you for volunteering to start this conversation, really tough conversation, early in the morning. I was thinking how to wake up everyone and how to start, and I came up with the best hits of alternative narratives and competing narratives, and let me present some of them to you. So what you can hear today is things like this: EU is in crisis, it's falling apart, why should we even bother? Or you can hear something like, and this is my favorite because it's really clever. It says we should never beg. We should always follow our interests. You know, like EU is not our interest, so if we go down and analyze this one. Or this one, neutrality like Switzerland is better than choosing sides. We are too small to choose sides, and who doesn't want to be Switzerland? There is another one which is really good, saying joining EU means betraying our historic allies and also our Slavic brotherhood. And what is great about all these narratives that can be heard in Montenegro nowadays, but also in the region, I would say, is they are so well married to the common sense. They sound great, they're very seductive, and they resonate well. So the problem with all of these is the consequences that I mentioned. Montenegro has very high support to joining EU, but for the first time since the beginning of negotiations, this support, the trend is, in a sense, significantly going down. So let's talk about these narratives and their power, their consequences. Let's start maybe with Ambassador Felton. If I may say, you represent a country who's been very consistent in supporting Western Balkans enrollment to European Union. Do you find these narratives surprising? Do you encounter them? Do you think they have the power to change the path that Montenegro and other countries in Western Balkans are on?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. This is my fourth conference to be secure, but the first time here on stage, so thank you for having me here. The narratives, I think one needs to look at them one by one, and some, I would say, have the potential to influence the population against the EU accession, others not so much. You started your list with the one EU is in crisis. I mean, it's a typical narrative to weaken the EU from inside and from outside. I mean, telling our populations in the EU member states that this whole thing is eroding, basically eroding the whole post-World War II and Cold War structure we have. And then towards the countries of the Western Balkans, obviously the message is it's not worth making the effort to adapt to the EU acquis, undertaking all these reforms, and maybe implicitly the message, don't join them, join somebody else, or whatever. And it's this typical narrative which emanates from the idea that partnership doesn't mean anything. We have stretched out our hand to Russia for many years and suggested a real partnership, and it took us some time to understand that on the other side they didn't understand the idea of partnership, and that they don't want the EU as an actor, and that they want some agglomeration of weak states in Europe which could be somehow used or whatever in what is perceived as a competition between big powers. This is what Russia considers itself. So not surprising as an attempt, but my impression here in Montenegro is, and I've also traveled neighboring countries, I think actually that the image of the EU is quite a solid one. That the EU is perceived as a success story, as a harbinger of wealth, so to speak. And this kind of image, we know, is pretty solid. And it takes a lot to change this image. Therefore, I personally am not too worried that this idea, the EU is in crisis and so it's not worth joining, gains a lot of ground here. Of course, maybe it's necessary to explain much more that having debate or sometimes confrontation does not mean crisis or collapse. It's the way how the EU is designed, and we need, on the practical side, react to that by undertaking reforms, and a lot of discussion is going on that. We need to become more agile. Decision-making processes need to become simpler. We need to be able to act more and not react. All this needs to be done. But on the other hand, and I think this is a very good message for Montenegro actually, how we are designed, it's not about pushing small member states to the wall, so to speak. Everybody has a say, and Montenegro, once it joins the European Union, will be among the smaller member states, and people in the EU are free to vote, to speak. The living standard has increased in all countries that have recently joined the European Union, and on the other hand, you have a country where civil society is silenced, arrested, killed, where the natural resources are wasted by selling them at a discount in order to buy weapons from rogue states or to keep other states at least neutral, so to speak. And actually, how many people in the Western Balkans want to find a job in Russia, for example, want to go on holiday in Russia, want to send their children to university in Russia? You know, you can, and many people can be very critical about the EU, and there's a lot to criticize and a lot of problems and things, but if people make their personal choice, if they have to make their personal choice, between this authoritarian regime and our EU. I think most of them will actually choose the European Union. And for that reason, this narrative, I think, is not so problematic. The other ones related to values, as you said, or also this narrative that we want to join the European Union, but they don't let us in, it takes too much time, they will keep us out, it doesn't work, and so on. These are the ones which I think need to be taken more seriously.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more, although it seems like the choice is never presented that way. So when you say it, it seems very logical, but what we can hear is that we are not talking about going to Russia for education, never. We're not talking about looking for a job. We are always talking about something more mystical that kind of works sometimes for people. I don't know if you agree with that, but in communications where we hear something like we should be brothers, we should stand with our historic allies and so on, but maybe I didn't see that right.
Again to me? Well, it's going in the value direction. Of course, it's one of these narratives which say that the West will make us rich, but it will destroy our people, the Serbian people, the civilization, the faith, the families, the traditions, and so on. Yeah, fine. And we are talking about European values. But what are these values? And if you go to the Lisbon Treaty, and I did it in preparation for this panel for the first time, and Article 2 spells out these values, and they are human dignity, human rights, democracy, freedom, rule of law, and equality. I mean, what is so wrong about these values? There is a big thing made of the European values which are intrusive, which are trying to damage structures, which are trying to squeeze people into something. But indeed, these are very open values, and actually they are universal values. And when Montenegro and the other Western Balkans countries joined the United Nations, they subscribed to these values. And when they joined the Council of Europe and OSCE and so on, they subscribed to them. So it's not the EU coming with something very alien, so to speak, to the region and imposing it on the region, on those who want to join the European Union. No. It's something very open. And then let's ask the question, those who try to terrify people with the European values, what is their interest? Maybe their interest is to keep their constituency under their control, kind of, or keep their power position, or even their material advantage. So I think it's important to talk about this value dimension, but to demystify it. To talk more precisely, what is it about actually, and thereby remove some of these alleged dangers which make it easy for those who want to abuse this in order to deter people from the European Union to change their mind.
Thank you. I like very much that you mentioned this threatening people with EU values. That's one thing that I forgot on my list, but it's there. Dr. Geoffrey, so can you also provide comment on these narratives? Do you see danger in them? Even yesterday, we heard that on this very stage that we need to look after our own interests, and that sounds very logical. It sounds great. I mean, who cannot be against their own interests? And would you say that EU was successful so far in launching some sort of counter communication? Would you change anything? I mean, a lot of questions, but yeah.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, first of all, at this beautiful conference in this beautiful place in Montenegro, and to address these very topical questions of narratives and counter-narratives. I would say that the first thing is that why do we have these narratives? Because probably someone is concerned, because the project is functioning, so we need to stop it. So we need to react, we need to instill doubt, as you said, and we need to intensify this counter-narrative because things are actually changing. You know, we stopped the pause button back in 2013 after the Croats joined the European Union, and there was a long pause in enlargement. And now the enlargement is on starting. There's a very strong momentum. It is a geostrategic interest of the European Union. So things are actually happening. And certainly Montenegro as a front runner is the closest to the finishing line. So obviously someone is not happy about this and needs to counteract. So I think this is a starting point. It's not only us that are reacting, others are also reacting to what we do. Why do they react? Because we know that joining the European Union makes member states stronger. There's an historical record now since the Treaty of Rome that the countries that join the European Union are stronger and the European Union is stronger as such. So it's a win-win. So it's much preferable for some to have countries that are alone, that are dependent, that are weak, that are influenceable. So this is why these things are happening. And how do we actually counterbalance this? I think we have to counterbalance this with our successes and with our steps. I think we need to speak with facts, and facts are very clear. 60% of the trade of Western Balkans is with the EU. People go to study there, to work there. But we need to move further. We need to to introduce a sense of belongings, certainly here in the Western Balkans for the citizens, even before accession. And this is a little bit the logic of the growth plan. One of the pillars is to have this gradual accession, which sounds very theoretical, but has a very concrete steps. For example, this SEPA, the Single European Payment Area. So when citizens that have actually families or business in Europe can actually wire money back and forth without paying additional fees, this is a very concrete thing. People say, I belong to this place. We're working on the roaming like at home. And now we are really trying to go more further to what we've done through the Commission is working through beyond the roadmap for the voluntary roaming. And I think people traveling from Podgorica to Milan, I know that there are regular flights and they can actually use the same phone. I think it would make a big difference. So this is a sense of belonging that we need to create, and it's a very powerful narrative, I believe. I don't think we need to be complacent about this counter-narrative they created. Of course, this is a serious thing that indicates the willingness of certain actors, including Russia, to stop, to prevent, to actually prevent citizens of the Western Balkans to join the European family, where they belong historically. Culturally, I believe, because at the end of the day, I think here people, and I spent 4 years in the Western Balkans, they do like the European values. They like to be free, they like to be able to speak, to be able to move, to be able to have access to healthcare, to be able to open their own business. This is what the European Union is about, that you have a judge that decides about your rights, what is wrong and what is right, independently. Are very concrete things, and I don't think that the people in the Western Balkans have different views. So we need to hammer down these benefits that the EU brings, both to the citizens but also to the country, because there's no country in the European Union that became weaker after joining the European Union. They all became stronger.
Would you say that since 2028 is coming up, that we are now racing against the clock and that the narratives on the other side are intensified?
Well, I think we can expect that as we're coming closer to the finishing line, people will get on the other side, will become more and more worried, and probably they will do more and more things to try to stop the train that is actually moving fast. And this is why it's essential that we all remain laser focused on the final objective. And we know what needs to be done in order to reach the final destination, which is basically reforms. As the ambassador was saying, need to reforms. We have a roadmap, we have a deadline, we have a lot of support from the European Commission here in Montenegro and throughout the region. We have extra funds. So this is what we need to do. Remain absolutely focused on what needs to be done, because this is how we will avoid to be distracted and to offer opportunity to those that don't want Montenegro, for example, to become a successful member of the European Union to reach its objective.
Thank you, Ambassador Marcela. So one of the things that we can hear, and I keep coming back to it, is that we should never fight with our historic allies. You come from a country who many in Montenegro see as one of the historic partners, so maybe this is the right question for you. How can your country, and other countries use their diplomatic, bilateral, and multilateral tools to actually counter these growing narratives that, I don't know if you agree with it, but they are actually growing in the past times.
First of all, as my predecessor said, thank you very much for inviting me, for having me on this panel. Also for me, like for Peter, it's the fourth time here at To Be Secure Forum, but the first time on stage, and is very convenient because unfortunately it will be my last To Be Secure Forum, because in July I will end my mandate here. To come to your question, you know, diplomacy, generally speaking, can do a lot in terms of trying to dispel negative narratives, even if we have to, start from a consideration. Negative narratives are normally quite powerful, because it's easier to, spread negative narratives, especially if they are false, and especially if they are spread by purpose, by states that most of the time they are autocracies, and so they want to fight against democracies because they try to weaken us in a way or in another. So this is a general consideration that we need to have in mind, just to be aware of that. But this is not an issue, this is not a problem. We share also, and we value the freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and this is the reason why they believe that it's easier to spread false and negative narratives in our countries, because it would be always very difficult for us to counterbalance that. But actually, the EU and all the EU countries are becoming better and better in countering negative narratives. And I believe that also diplomacy can play its role. And as Italian here, I've always felt very much embraced by Montenegrin people. I mean, there are some historical links between our two countries that are so strong that the friendship between Italian and Montenegrin people is basically immediate. So, for me, it has never been a problem, it has never been an issue being here and, have an interaction with my Montenegrin friends. But generally speaking, and echoing what has already been said, what we can do in order to try to dispel any kind of negative narratives towards the EU is to show them by example that actually the EU, it's not only the EU a success story, but the country that entered in the EU have been a success story. They became a success story themselves. And the best example of that is Croatia. Since 2013, and I mentioned Croatia not only because it's the last country that entered the EU, but also because it was part of this area, and it was part also of ex-Yugoslavia like Montenegro was. If we look at Croatia from 2013 to now, the kind of change that the country has known is dramatic in a positive way. So, the country has changed dramatically, so positively, that, that could show by example to everybody that actually entering the EU is the real success story. Because what any country can get inside the EU is incredible, is really, a big achievement.
I can agree with that, especially having known that very often people in Montenegro associate European Union with prosperity, with living standards, with living better, and so on. So probably that is how they see it. But which of these narratives, or some others, maybe if I haven't mentioned all of them, probably not, do you think are the most powerful? Negative ones.
Well, for sure, you're right. Normally, we have always seen, especially here in Montenegro, high percentage of support to the idea of entering the EU. And in most of the cases, we know that this is linked to the fact that, of course, entering the EU, they expect an economic development that they haven't known before. So for sure, this is one element. But I believe it is important also to point out to other elements, just to show them that actually the advantage of becoming member of the EU, it's not only an economic advantage, but much broader than that. And I'm making reference, for example, to the concept of national identity that is, very much used actually in order to diminish the role of the European Union and the European integration process, because people said that actually entering the EU, a country ran the risk of losing its national identity. Well, I'm Italian, we are a founder of the EU, and I can tell you that we haven't lose our national identity. And I believe that the big and beautiful thing of the European Union is that allows any countries to maintain its national identity, but at the same time help any countries to get rid of nationalism, that is the negative side of national identity. There is nothing wrong and nothing bad on affirming our national identity. What is wrong and what is bad is nationalism, but the beautiful thing of the European Union is exactly that. It helps us and it let us to keep national identity, but it helps us also in getting rid of any kind of thinking and movement of thoughts concerning nationalism.
Thank you. I want to follow up on that, but before I do so, in order not to run out of time for questions, I would propose that now we collect some questions from the audience, if there are some, and then we go back to our discussion. So, are there any questions from the audience to our distinguished guests? Yes, please, if you can introduce yourself and ask the question. Yeah, here's the microphone.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the microphone and the possibility to raise a question. My name is Weber. I'm coming from Germany, but I'm working in Croatia. I'm a part there of the defense sector, so to say, in a broad manner. I'm just looking at the headline that is displayed here behind you, and it says competing narratives. I'm still waiting for the competition, to be honest. Now, we have heard a lot of arguments in favor for joining the EU, which is, of course, right and great, and I see all these pros for countries and even smaller countries to join the EU. But I took, for example, yesterday the opportunity to talk to the young people who showed us this wonderful dancing display yesterday, and they were also full in favor for the EU. But of course, on the other hand, they are also seeking for the freedom of travel, freedom of work, and that could lead to a brain drain here in Montenegro, and of course, drain of labor. And Madam Ambassador, you said Croatia is one of the best examples how a country could evolve when they are joining the EU. But on the other hand, Croatia has also the highest inflation rate amongst the EU Euro states. So how to conquer these things? So I think it's a question of to say the truth. On the one hand, to face the pros, which are incredible, of course, but on the other hand, also to face and to address the threats for the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we collect the questions, and then we have one more at the back of the audience, in the middle of the audience. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to ask my question. My name is Elif, and about the identity, I would like to ask how joining the EU would affect the way people see their identity, and would there be any balance in their national identity and the shared European identity? Would there any be mix, or how would people balance it?
Thank you. Do you have a specific person that you want to ask the question, or
no,
whomever picks it up? Okay. Thank you. So, should we start for the first question, maybe, and then give time to your colleagues to maybe come up with the answer to the second?
Okay.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the inflation rate, if I don't mistake, that I believe it's linked to the fact that Croatia just recently joined the monetary union, adopted the euros, etc. And it's normal at the beginning. Also in Italy, when we adopted euros, we had an inflation rate. And I mean, I was in Italy at the time, and I can tell you everything seems to us like it was costing double. But this is the initial phase, and this is only part of the story, because the other argument or the counter argument is that the stability, that the fact that also Croatia is part of the Eurozone, the stability that it brings to the economy, and the advantage in the medium term, not talk about the longer term that is bigger and bigger, the advantage are much bigger. But I want to comment also on your question of the brain drain, in a way, because you mentioned also that. And indeed, this is a problem. And this is a problem not only for Croatia, this is a problem for the Western Balkans, generally speaking. All the countries of the Western Balkans, already now, they are in a situation of losing forced labor, because everybody wants to go abroad and working abroad. But the idea is entering the EU, having an economic development after that, and the economic condition of the country will improve, and that will keep some people to stay. Of course, there is always a percentage of people that would decide to leave, that would prefer to live abroad, that would think that there are better opportunities abroad. And maybe this is true. But the beautiful thing, again, of the European Union, and that you can do that without feeling guilty. And at the same time, if you at a certain stage decide that you want to come back, to use the experience that you have done abroad and bring it back to your countries, you do that. And at the end of the day, it's the economy of the whole Eurozone that take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone would like to ask to answer the second question? Okay.
Well, happy to do so, but coming back to the first one, narratives, competing narratives. Honestly speaking, I often feel a little bit uncomfortable when we are talking what are our narratives, or in one of the preparatory papers it said storytelling or so. This always sounds as if we make something up, as if we invent something. And I think we need to be careful about these wordings, because the one big advantage we have is credibility and the perception of credibility, and we need to preserve this. So we always need what we are talking about linked closely to what is happening. And of course, I fully agree with you, the closer Montenegro comes to the European Union, the more we need to talk about what exactly it means for citizens, for business people, and so on, because things will change, and we cannot say, oh, everything will be wonderful, and that's gone. We need to go into detail, and we are approaching, as Montenegro approaches the EU, we are approaching the moment when we should talk more about this in detail, as, for example, the German Montenegrin Business Club will do very soon, with events which will address to businessmen what it means, actually, when they are a full member of the common market. On the identity thing, I look at Germany, and Germany is not that old as a country, but then it was divided, and still the Bavarians are Bavarians, and the Saxons are Saxons, and those from the North Sea are from the North Sea. Nothing has changed. Everybody is proud, and everybody is free to live according to his or her or their traditions. So there is no problem, and I would simply expect Montenegro, when entering the European Union, to enrich further this diversity, and there will be no problem. And maybe one thing about this value frame that the European Union provides. Of course, I mean, domestic violence cannot be excused by tradition. Sorry, there's a red line. But there are things, value-related things, where countries are completely free to take their decisions. For example, how you regulate the relationship between the state and the churches, or the state and the religious communities. You have a broad variety of possibilities within the EU. I mean, how you design LGBTIQ legislation, a broad diversity across the EU, how you address the issue of organ donation, or even euthanasia, in the sense of if somebody is terminally ill, what right he has to claim help or whatever. Very different across the countries, very deeply value-related things. And the member states of the EU can, within this broad framework, determine for themselves what is good for them, and nobody disturbs them in that. So there is a huge possibility not only to preserve one's identity, but also to organize the life and the legal framework according what is the beliefs and traditions in these countries. So we need to talk about it openly to make sure that there's not so much to be afraid of.
Can I maybe follow up on identity, because we have that in the title as well. So, and maybe ask Dr. Geoffrey, since you have been on some very interesting positions in the past, so you've been head of EU delegation in Serbia and in Tel Aviv, so you know a thing or two about identities. So do you see a danger in situation where national identity is, unlike in other countries, contested? Because Montenegro is a country with contested national identity. So you mentioned before, just to remind you, I think this was a really powerful message, that you need countries as well to not be vulnerable to foreign influence afterwards. Would you say that this identity issue can be activated or can be misused as a tool against Euro-Atlantic integrations? I don't know. I'm maybe giving you too much instructions here, so I'm not a journalist.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I think obviously it is an issue that is someone is trying to manipulate. But I think my colleagues have been very clear that the Italians, as Italians they were in 1957, and proud to be so. And within Italy, as within in Germany, you have sub-identities at the regional level that remains very different after centuries of unity. And if you look at a new member state, the Portuguese are as Portuguese as they were before. Very proud to be. If you look at the Baltic countries, and now I've met a lot of Baltic colleagues in Brussels, and I discovered their national identity, very proud and very happy that finally, after 70 years of Soviet Union where this was a problem, they can actually express their identity because they're part of the European Union. So the reality tells us a completely different story. The EU project is a political project, and it's about unity in diversity. So diversity is considered to be a plus. So we need to strengthen diversity, which means a lot of things. For example, to protect the cultural heritage of our own member states and the candidate country, material and immaterial. So we do a lot of work, for example, in restoring beautiful castles, beautiful palaces in Serbia. We've done a lot of work on this. We have a prize for those ladies that are entertaining and maintaining the cultural heritage. And this is absolutely great because, as a colleague said, this will make us stronger. One, perhaps, remark on the issue of migration, internal migration, brain drain, etc. I mean, as the Italian ambassador said, unfortunately, this is already happening in the Western Balkans. They're not waiting for accession to actually go. But if you remember in 2004, when there was the big enlargement, there was this campaign against the Polish plumber. There was, this, and it was coming from some older member states in some political forces saying we're going to be flooded with people coming from the east. That was the message. And now you see, look at Poland. Very successful country, much stronger economy. People, yes, are moving, but in both directions. You have actually Western European going to work in Poland because it's a big market. There's a lot of business. So it is, we have proved in the with facts that this brain drain is reversible through economic success, through economic integration, and countries become stronger through enlargement.
Thank you. Well, I'm looking with part of my vision to the clock. I think one of the not values, I don't know how to call that, but one of the things that we will in Montenegro have to get used to as we go further towards EU will be punctuality, and that's not an easy task for us. So I'll try. I will invite us to look at the clock, and maybe can we set the stage for next panels to come? Can I ask everyone really briefly, what do you think that the next narrative battlegrounds for the upcoming few years for Montenegro and the region will be?
I believe that there would not be a specific domain. Every field would be a potential narrative battleground. Not only for the Western Balkans, I believe for all countries, or EU countries, NATO allies, etc. I mean, these events that we are seeing with the drones coming to our aerial space, I think is an element that will hint some narrative battlegrounds. So nobody will be out of that, and everybody and all field could be used. Then we have to think about how to counter these negative narratives, and I believe that it is important that any countries manage to do that throughout an holistic approach. That means governments, institutions, but also civil society, academia, media sector. Everybody could, help in their own specific domain in order to try to counter these negative narratives. In the case of Montenegro, I think that as much as the country gets closer to the European Union, we will see for sure, spreading narratives negative in all domains, because there's a lot of external forces who do not want Montenegro to succeed, and they will do their best to try to prevent it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to add something, or should we close on that note? Is there something that we missed?
12 seconds. I would say link words and deeds. In the sense of the accession process is merit-based, no compromise, merits need to be earned before be eligible for accession, but once the merits have been earned, then the country is really eligible for accession. So we need to make sure that not any processes or any third aspects get into it, but we need to demonstrate to the countries that those who make a really effort and who are serious and to do the homework, if I may say so, that they will earn what they are aiming for.
Would it be undiplomatic if I say it's a very German answer? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for... Thank you very much for opening the second day. I think we gave them a lot to talk about today, and we wish you all a very fruitful discussion during the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a fascinating and thought-provoking debate. Now, prepare for a dynamic intervention on how emotions can become Trojan horses of ideology and policy, portraying the case of Montenegro. Delivering this session is Aleksandar Music, PR consultant and communication expert. Aleksandar, the stage is yours.
First and foremost, Savo, I thank you for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here in the country of my ancestors, in the old country, so to say. I congratulate your team on a proper level of organization. That's the right word, proper. Hello to every one of you in this room, and hello to everyone watching via live stream. Today we will do a deep dive into very niche elements of Montenegrin history, recent history. Therefore, it was my decision to deliver this talk in the appropriate language, and I'll be switching to that language. You will see the presentation, and I believe that the translation will give a full picture accompanying my words. Rule of raw. Emotions are raw. Kada kažem trojanski konj, većina ljudi ima na umu nešto negativno. Moja vrijednostna uvjerenja su vrlo poznata, nema oko njih dvojbi. Ali u ovoj prezentaciji ja ovo neću nužno rabiti kao nešto negativno. Ja ovo rabim kao alat, kao nešto što je dio jedne utakmice, jedne igre. Jedne utakmice koju treba znati igrati i u njoj pobijediti. Što je trojanski konj kod emocija, kod politike, kod komunikacije? On je jedna vrsta košuljice, jedna vrsta kapsule. To je jedan splav koji vas nosi na drugi kraj rijeke, koji uspijeva omogućiti da vi postignete nešto što regularnim jezikom, regularnim kategorijama i nekim ustaljenim obrascima ponašanja ne biste mogli. Naravno, slijede ideologija i slijedi politika. Cilj je nešto kodificirati u zakon. Ja mogu misliti ovo ili ono, mogu smatrati da je nešto dobro ili zlo, ali ako to ne postane zakon, svejedno je što ja mislim ili u što ja vjerujem. Nina, ajmo. Sljedeći slajd. Bitka za srca i umove vodi se oduvijek. Ali ono što mi kaže iskustvo iz političkih kampanja i ono što mi kaže profesionalno iskustvo u svim elementima komunikacije, da srca iracionalno preteže i nad mozgom i nad razumom. Naime, ljudi vjeruju da su racionalni, oni vjeruju da su objektivni, da znaju svoj interes. Ali vama i najnovija postignuća behavioralne znanosti kažu da ono što mi percipiramo kao savršeno racionalno je već u definiciji određeno našim emocijama podsvjesnim. Vama je optika već sužena, ona vas već usmjerava u nekom smjeru, iako ste vi uvjereni da ste savršeno racionalni. I zato se političke, parapolitičke, ideološke utakmice uglavnom dobivaju srcem. Naime, vi ćete naći kampanje u kojima nije bila samo emocija ključna, ali nećete naći ni jednu pobjedničku u kojoj nije bilo, ali ćete zato naći niz gubitničkih u kojima nije bilo emocija. Sljedeći slajd. I zato prvo emocija, a onda razum. 4 ključne emocije u životu i politici: ljubav, mržnja, strah i najmoćnija emocija, emocija koja već tisućama godina čini neke moćnima, a druge pokornima, to je nada. Sve ostale emocije, sujeta, ponos, osveta, one su neka vrsta izvedenica ovih emocija. To znači da imaju u svom koktelu važne elemente ovih emocija. Kada govorimo o emocijama, mi govorimo o većinskom u nekom društvu. Vi ćete u svakom trenutku, i onom turbulentnom i onom mirnodopskom, imati 5% najčasnijih, 5% najgorih. Ali nas zanima sredina, nas zanima prosjek. Zašto? Pa zato jer u demokraciji sredina je ta koja bira. Sredina je ta koja odlučuje. I zato ćemo se baviti, kada govorimo o emocijama, tom sredinom, tim ogromnim masama ljudi, većinom i većinama. Sljedeći slajd. Ljudi si tepaju, ljudi se vide boljima nego što jesu. Poznata fotografija iz povijesti, August Landmesser, u mnoštvu ljudi koji su u deliriju, koji su u jednoj emociji, miksu ponosa, srdžbe, bijesa, salutiraju Sieg Heil pozdravom, on to ne radi. Većina ljudi oko vas, pa možda i vi sami, uvjereni ste da biste vi bili ta ultimativna kritička misao, da biste bili on. Nažalost, često povijest pokazuje da većina ljudi se nađe u ovom mnoštvu, u ovom nerazumu, gdje je razum iznimka, u ovom ludilu, gdje je nešto trezveno također iznimka. Sljedeći slajd. Idemo dalje. Sad ulazimo u mehaniku, ulazimo u to kako nešto što je podzemno, duboko zakopano u jednom društvu može u konačnoj instanci postati zakon. Može postati moć, može postati sila, ono što odlučuje. Naime, vi u svakom trenutku u društvu imate neke podzemne vode. Meni se najviše sviđa ta prispodoba u vodi. Imate neke male valove, veće valove. Mali mogu postati veći. Zamislite to kao more u kojem duboko, pa i pliće pliva sve i svašta. Hoće li neki od tih valova malih postati veći? Hoće li postati tsunami? Ovisi o tome kako će se razviti i ko će ga zajahati. Emocije vode do narativa. Šta je narativ? Narativ je jedna koliko toliko posložena slika, jedna priča. Nišna, nikad potpuna, uvijek često i sa perfidnim naumom, ali koherentna na prvu. Za njih se bore različiti mesije, ideolozi, prosvjetitelji, lajavci, lažljivci, reformatori, državnici, jašu na narativima, narativi mehanizmom ponude i potražnje izvlače neke koji ih mogu izvući. U konačnici, onaj ko uspije ovladati za početak emocijom koja vodi do narativa i to napraviti kod kritičnog broja ljudi, on ima vlast, pobjedu, silu, ima moć. Tu je ključ moć. I onda vi od nečega što je bilo stidljivo i raspršeno u startu, što je bilo duboko zakopano, dobijete na kraju moć. Ono što je jako tu važno shvatiti, ne mora neku emociju u društvu zajahati najautentičniji nositelj. Ono što mi znamo, neko ko bi tablično odgovarao najautentičnijem nositelju, nego najvještiji. Ne moraju zajahati neko dobar, može i neko zao. Ne mora onaj koji je zajahao i koji je, a imate primjer u Crnoj Gori, neku emociju došao na vlast, ne znači da će ostati. Možda je predao štafetu nekom drugom. Idemo dalje. 3 elementa crnogorske povijesti, gdje ću kontrirati nekim ustaljenim tezama. Nečasna epizoda crnogorske povijesti, dobrovoljci iz Crne Gore na Dubrovačkom ratištu. Većina ljudi danas će to tumačiti kroz ljubav ili mržnju. Reći će da je to bila mržnja prema Hrvatskoj ili ljubav prema Jugoslaviji, Srbiji, Crnoj Gori, Miloševiću, nebitno. Ja kažem da je kod stanovništva, kod prosjeka u Crnoj Gori, to bio strah. Strah. Ne strah onih koji su išli na ratištu. Strah stanovništva unutar granice zemlje gdje rata nije bilo u ovom užem smislu. Zašto? Ključni detalj, ključni začin. Ono što je tadašnja vojska, a i dio vlasti širio kapilarno po terenu, da 30.000 ljudi stoji na granici sa Crnom Gorom i sprema se ući u Crnu Goru. I to se širilo po gradovima, po kafićima, u kućama, u zgradama. Tada ta masa postaje amorfnom i počinje šutjeti i manje više, neki će reći, supotpisuje ono što vlast radi. Ne ljubav, ne mržnja, nego strah. Ta propaganda iz današnje vizure može izgledati priglupom, ali ona je tada u tom trenutku savršeno pogodila. Pogodila je pravu emociju u pravom trenutku za svoje ciljeve. To je ključ. Idemo dalje. Nada. Lijevo. Pristalici poražene strane na predsjedničkim izborima 1997. u siječnju i januaru 1998. jurišaju na državne institucije. Desno, proslava neovisnosti. Zašto je desna verzija tada pobjedila, a lijeva nije? Vi ne možete reći da ovi ljudi nemaju neku emociju. Ako vi riskirate policijski pendrek, vi vjerujete u nešto. Ali oni su bili dio poražene emocije. Naime, te podzemne vode o kojim govorim, u tom trenutku ljudima je već dosta rata, poraza, inflacije. Jedna strana, ona koja je pobjedila, namirisala da je nada ono što treba ponuditi. Vraćamo se na ono što sam rekao. To nisu savršeni ljudi. To su ljudi koji su bili zajedno do tog trenutka. Nisu oni došli iz svemira neonečišćeni pa ponudili revoluciju i neko savršenstvo. Ali su namirisali nadu. A ovi su se svrstali uz luzersku priču. Sad da vi pitate te ljude koji su poraženi, ne bi vam oni rekli u tim terminima, ne bi rekli ja sam bio za rat, inflaciju i ne znam što, nego bi rekli mi smo bili za bratstvo, za sigurnost, za mir, ipak je to neka toplota, sigurnost, predvidljivost. Ali to je bila luzerska priča u tom trenutku jer je postojala superiornija emocija ispod površine koju se zajahalo i na temelju koje se dugo vladalo. Idemo dalje. Litije. Ono što biste vjerojatno prvo rekli vidjevši ovu sliku, vidite križ i vidite iza crkvenu zastavu koja možda ima i neki nacionalni ideološki šmek. Vi biste rekli to je crkvena kontrarevolucija, jasno je da je to crkva počela, crkva je vodila, crkva ovo, crkva ono. Ja tome kontriram. Sljedeći slajd. Sljedeći slajd. Među ovim ljudima ima jako puno ljudi koji su glasali za neovisnu Crnu Goru. Ima puno ljudi čiji su preci bili u partizanima, nisu bili u četnicima. Ima puno ljudi koji su vjerovali 94. 5. 8. možda i poslije 2000. u NATO. Ali ono što je njih izvelo, emocija koja je pogođena, a počela je unutar crkve jednom strategijom vrhunaravnom, zapravo u narativnom smislu, je nepravda. Poriv za pravdom, osjećaj nepravde. Je li to dovelo do dolaska nekih vrhunskih pravednika, eksplozije vladavine prava, Edena, raja na zemlji? Ma nije, ali to nije ni bitno. Jer u tom trenutku vi ste imali aktualnu, relevantnu, kapilarno proširenu emociju i one nisu pobjedile, ako računamo kao pobjedu, rušenje jedne političke garniture, a dovođenje druge, zato što su bile crkvene, jer nisu bile samo crkvene. To se prelilo i na ostatke društva, na ljude koji su osjećali jaz, sjevera i juga, nemaju pristup državnim poslovima, nemaju pristup vladajućoj stranci, ne vide budućnost za svoju djecu. I onaj ko je to prepoznao, koji im je u tom trenutku ponudio, je li to iluzija pravde, obećanje? Nebitno. Osjećaj borbe za pravdu je u tome pobjedio. I sad se još malo vratite na prethodni slajd. I sad, kad znate ovo i kad gledamo sve iz optike emocija, sad zamislite imate čovjeka, ovo je 8.1.2020. koji na cičoj zimi nosi nešto i demonstrira da vjeruje u nešto. Što god ja, mogu se ja slagat, ne slagat, to je sad manje bitno. Šta mislite kako ova slika rezonira iz vizure emocija? kod one sredine o kojoj govorim, oni koji nisu opredjeljeni, oni koji se u turbulentnom trenutku kolebaju, bili išli na ovu stranu, na onu. Kada usporede to, kada imate direktni sraz, ove emocije i hrpe ljudi u odijelima koji pričaju nerazumljivim jezikom, a 30 godina su na vlasti, što mislite ko pobjeđuje? Ponavljam, ne kod nekog zadojenog, ideologiziranog, nego kod te sredine. Zadnji slajd. Ključno pitanje za sve vas. Koja je to emocija, koji su to podzemni valovi danas, 2025. u Crnoj Gori, koji se naziru, koje neko vidi, neko ih možda ne vidi, a koji mogu dovesti, mogu biti sljedeća pobjednička priča, mogu dovesti većinu društva ili barem zdraviji dio društva, uvjetno rečeno, na jednu stranu, koji mogu ubrzati neke zdrave procese, zaustaviti neke lošije, smanjiti jaz paralelnih društava u Crnoj Gori, smanjiti rentijersku parazitsku ekonomiju, dovesti do jednog zdravijeg rasporeda odnosa. Sve ovo završavam parafrazom jednog plakata koji je nota bene nicao upravo oko Budve, s kojim se ja ni u čemu ne slažem, ali je imao jako lukavu i vrlo lukavo ubrizganu emociju u sebi. Ja ću ga parafrazirati i reći ću, nije crnogorski ako nije emotivno. Hvala.
Thank you, Alexander. We will now take a short break to reflect and recharge. Please be back in 30 minutes sharp. Welcome back. We now turn to high-level discussion and one of the defining questions for the region, the future of Europe's enlargement. EU membership is not just a political destination. It is a process of breaking barriers, reconciling differences, and building bridges that bring nations closer not only to the Union, but to one another. Moderating this panel is Marijana Bojanić, CEO of TV Vijesti and Daily Press. Marijana, the stage is yours.
Crnu Goru možete voljeti na milion načina. Biti zaljubljeni u njene spektakularne pejzaže, vjerovati u legende i epiku o slobodarskoj prošlosti. Ali jednoga moramo biti svjesni. Da, nismo izgradili institucije. Slobodnog društva, ekonomskog razvoja nema bez institucija. Naše institucije su krhke, slabe, a u nekim segmentima društva i nevidljive, iako imaju veliki, moram reći, pa i prekobrojan broj zaposlenih. Evropska unija je izlaz za sve nas i nadam se da smo toga svjesni. Velika podrška građanstva ulasku u Evropsku uniju govori o tome. Zbog toga je ova današnja tema izuzetno važna i imamo sjajne goste sa kojima ćemo moći da razgovaramo o tome. Da pričamo o iskustvu Slovenije koja je prije 21 godinu ušla u Evropsku uniju. Hrvatsku, našeg prvog susjeda, koja je prije 12 godina ušla u Evropsku uniju. Slovenački put je trajao 8 godina, hrvatski 10, a naš traje već 17. Najoptimističnije prognoze kažu da će trajati još 3. Da li ćemo uspjeti za te 3 godine da dođemo do toga da imamo ozbiljne šanse da stvorimo društvo jednakih šansi i da zavlada konačno vladavina prava? Da li ćemo srušiti sve barijere koje stoje pred nama i stvoriti prijateljske, dobrosusjedske mostove? Danas razgovaramo sa našim gostima. Naš i moj prvi gost danas, ministar vanjskih i europskih poslova Republike Hrvatske, Gordan Grlić Radman. Molim vas da nam se pridružite. Dobar dan i dobrodošli u Crnu Goru. Vi ste već jutros imali jednu značajnu aktivnost i sve je dobro i mirno prošlo. Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Izvolite. Naš drugi gost je ministar spoljnih poslova Crne Gore, gospodin Ervin Ibrahimović. Izvolite. Dobar dan.
I potpredsjednik vlade.
Tako je. Danas ste u svojstvu, danas ste više u svojstvu ovoga o čemu ćemo pričati, vanjskim poslovima. Izvolite. Izvolite, da. I drago mi je kad ljudi iz vlade ovako pitaju vijesti gdje će i šta će, tako da to su dobre naznake.
Pokušavamo da vam pomognemo da budete bolji. Ne da vas pitam.
I bivši predsjednik Slovenije, gospodin koji je prepoznat kao neko ko stvara mostove između Zapadnog Balkana i Evropske unije, gospodin Borut Pahor.
Drago mi je.
Dobar dan i dobrodošli. Hvala vam još jednom. I za početak pitanje za sve vas, s tim što ću zajedničko pitanje, ali ću ga malo ponaosob za svakog nijansirati. Može li Crna Gora do kraja 2026. to je blizu, je li tako, zatvoriti pregovore tako da 2028. članstvo bude dostižno ili je taj rok suviše ambiciozan? Gospodine Ibrahimoviću, krenut ću sa vama. Je li u ovom trenutku veća prepreka nedostatak političke volje i sve ovo što se dešava u Crnoj Gori ili zbivanja i trenutna situacija u Evropskoj uniji? I ako biste mogli da odaberete samo jednu prepreku kao najvažniju, koja bi to bila i šta ćete vi lično uraditi u sljedećih godinu dana da biste tu prepreku oborili?
Hvala na pitanju i ja sam onaj koji ne voli da priča o preprekama, ali ajmo da krenemo od onog što ste i vi rekli. Ja mislim da možemo da završimo pregovore sljedeće godine, jer sve zavisi od nas. Ono što je glavno, vjerujte, mislim da je sada svima jasno da je naše članstvo u EU nezaustavljiv proces. I najvećim onim tomama koji nisu vjerovali da može Crna Gora biti pred vratima Brisela, vidite da smo blizu i da naši međunarodni partneri to potvrđuju. Dakle, šta želim da kažem? Nisam od onih koji nagađa, nego onih koji će da rade. Mi smo zatvorili, u zadnjem periodu, evo sad u junu smo zatvorili 1 poglavlje, očekujemo sad do kraja decembra ćemo zatvoriti 4 ili 5 poglavlja. Dakle, imamo jedan zamah u tom pravcu i vjerujem da će Crna Gora biti sljedeća članica EU. Ali šta je važno? Važno da imamo možda i najvažniji nacionalni konsenzus kada je u pitanju evropski put Crne Gore. I taj put, ponavljam, nezaustavljiv. Naravno, ono što je do nas, radimo na reformama, usvajamo sve ono što imamo obavezu, ali sa druge strane vjerujem u naše partnere, međunarodne partnere iz Brisela, da će ispoštovati ono što mi radimo, prepoznati i ovaj momentum koji je dobar i za Crnu Goru, ali je dobar i za Evropsku uniju. Dakle, imaju Crnu Goru kao dobru priču, kao uspješnu priču i nudimo Evropskoj uniji uspješnu priču u liku Crne Gore, a sa druge strane šaljemo poruku zemljama Zapadnog Balkana. Kada dostignete standarde, vladavinu pravu, onda ćete biti sljedeća članica Evropske unije. Šta su izazovi? Ja mislim, ono što je glavno, ili barijera, kao što vi kažete, ja mislim da je to samo do nas. I ja za sada ne prepoznajem da imamo neku ozbiljniju barijeru i vrlo jasno odavde da poručim svima. Oni koji žele Crnu Goru da vide brzo do kraja 2028. Evropsku uniju, treba da budu sa nama, da budu ovaj voz prema Evropskoj uniji. Oni koji ne žele evropske vrijednosti, standarde, oni će sami sebi diskvalifikovati. A oni koji žele, bujrom dobrodošli da zajedno, svi u vladi, MVO sektor, opozicija, svi građani Crne Gore napravimo i zaokružimo taj put koji jeste dug, ali ćemo se sigurno svi vrlo brzo razdovati punopravnom članstvu Crne Gore u Evropsku uniju.
Divno to zvuči, samo mi recite, da li sve vaše kolege u vladi rade na tome da bi brzo po ovim optimističnim datumima zaista ušli?
Vidite, ovo nije samo da je moj optimizam, ovo prepoznaju naši međunarodni partneri. I danas imamo uvažene predstavnike Evropske unije s kojima sam imao ovih dana zadovoljstvo da pričam. Oni pozdravljaju napredak Crne Gore i ponavljam, oni koji ne budu mogli da dostignu ovo što mi tražimo, oni će sami se diskvalifikovati. Ali ja kažem, pozivam sve bujrum da zajedno obradujemo građani i da ispoštujemo što ono preko 80% građana kaže da želi Crnu Goru u Evropsku uniju.
Da li nam to diplomatskim rječnikom govorite da svi u vladi ne rade sa istim žarom da bi što prije ušli u Evropsku uniju?
Vidite, bujrum svima, a za ovo drugo neka sami odluči.
Niste toliko uživo na sjednicama, više preko WhatsAppa, pa ne možete steći dojam?
Ne znam otkud vama to, ja vam ponavljam, u svo uvažavanje i vas ovdje posebno, želim da čestitam na ovom predivnom događaju koji se dešava u Budvi. Još jednom je Crna Gora centar dešavanja i vjerujte danas i one sve nevjerne tome koje sumnju Evropsku Crne Gore da najavi da sljedeće godine će Crna Gora biti domaćin samita Berlinskog procesa. Dakle, niko nam ne poklanja, nego zajedno radimo i pravimo bolju Crnu Goru.
Hvala vam. Gospodine Grliću Radman, recite mi, Hrvatska je nekako godinama bila ključni saveznik Crne Gore prilikom svih naših napora da pokušamo ući u Evropsku uniju i vrlo ste nas onako zdušno, mogu reći, podržavali. Sada su ti neki bilateralni sporovi, koji se ne čine baš mali u ovom trenutku, stvorili prepreku, pa nam recite šta se to desilo usput. Da li u Zagrebu vidite realnu šansu da se povjerenje i partnerstvo vrati kao što je nekada bilo i da se unaprijedi i šta ćete vi konkretno da uradite po tom pitanju?
Ajde, prije svega bih zahvalio ovdje pozivu mog kolege i prijatelja Save Kentere, da nije bilo njega, doista, koji me je potaknuo, naravno i kolega i prijatelj Ervin Ibrahimović, koji je odličan čovjek i ministar vanjskih poslova i s kojim odlično surađujem, ali prije svega Savo, naravno, jer se znamo odavno. Mi smo znali organizirati sa pokojnim profesorom Vukadinovićem, koji je isto vaše gore list, vi ga poznate, on je bio i počasni građanin i Podgorici i tako dalje, ljetne škole na Šipanu. tako da evo dijelimo puno tih iskustava i puno tih tema od naravno kada je u pitanju i sigurnost, kada su europske teme, NATO teme i tako. Hrvatska je saveznik i ona ostaje kao takva Crnoj Gori jer Crna Gora je naša susjeda, mi smo susjedi i sve ono što je vezano uz dobrosusjedske odnose to su te pozitivne vrijednosti. I vi ne možete birati susjeda. Dakle, vi ste ono što je geopolitika, ali vi morate zapravo ulagati sve ono najbolje da bi ti dobrosusjedski odnosi bili što bolji. I naravno, ali to nije jednosmjerna ulica, nego dakle mora se jedna i druga strana angažirati po tome pitanju. I kolega Ibrahimović, kada govorimo o članstvu u Europskoj uniji, onda je u pravu kada kaže da to naravno ovisi prije svega o političkoj eliti Crne Gore, a siguran sam da ova vlada i kolega Ibrahimović posebno, s kojim kažem imamo odličnu suradnju, mislim isto tako i predsjednik vlade Spajić, s kojim sam imao više puta ugodnih susreta, da su proeuropski orijentirani i da sigurno i svi ostali koji su u vladi ili koji su angažirani oko europske perspektive Crne Gore moraju vidjeti prednosti, vrijednosti, ono što zapravo donosi Crnoj Gori, kao što i Hrvatska što je ostvarila, Slovenija prije nas, naša isto susjeda, s kojom dijelimo isto tako odličnu suradnju i civilizacijske europske vrijednosti. Hrvatsko članstvo se isplatilo, to je bio težak posao, ali tu prije svega ističem transformativni učinak toga članstva koji donosi određene benefite. Donosi određene benefite samom društvu, institucijama, jača institucije sigurnosti, financijsku stabilnost, socijalnu koheziju. Kada pogledate, pa na koncu uvijek treba računati i financijski. Mi smo recimo dobili 16 od pristupanja 16,7 milijardi eura, dakle više nego što smo uplatili, tako na taj način jačamo razvojne projekte. A mislim isto tako za Crnu Goru da je to od izuzetne važnosti, upravo europska perspektiva i siguran sam da je to nezaustavljiv proces. I tu Crna Gora mora uložiti velike, naravno, napore kako bi ostvarila sve ono što je na stolu. I ja tu ne bih recimo išao toliko se natjecao nekakvim godinama, broj ili to sutra, preko sutra, za godinu dana, jer je to zapravo nezahvalno. Ja se sjećam, ja sam znao imati jako puno predavanja jer sam bio bio sam u radnoj skupini za energetiku, to je 15. poglavlje, i bio sam član radne skupine 31. poglavlje, to je vanjska politika. I onda bi znao održati predavanje Hrvatska na putu u Europsku uniju i sad što smo sve napravili i tako dalje i očekujemo članstvo 2007. Pa nije se dogodilo, pa 2009. i tako dalje. Sve skupa to je otišlo do 2011. kada smo u prvoj polovici završili pregovore. Hoću reći, važno je ono što je važno, dakle da ste ostvarili, napravili, da ste na kraju kad pogledate iza sebe onda vidite da je to veliki posao, da je bilo cijelo društvo uključeno, da ste prihvatili sve one vrijednosti, aki komunitere, pravnu stečevinu, da ste je pretvorili, transformirali i da vidite zapravo jedno stabilno društvo. To je jedan težak proces. A onda kasnije smo išli još dublje u integraciju, pa smo ušli u šengenski prostor. Dakle, prva prepreka je maknuta, pa smo, odnosno zapravo druga prepreka. Prva je prepreka, znači nestala onog trenutka kad smo postali članice Europske unije. Kad smo ušli u šengenski prostor, onda je to bilo veliko veselje. Onda sam ja uvijek znao slikovito pisati što znači šengenski prostor. Kad vi sjednete u auto u Berlin, ako imate dovoljno dakle prostora, kapaciteta za benzin, onda možete stići do Zagreba bez zaustavljanja. To je velika stvar i to je veliko postignuće. Mi više nismo stranci, recimo, ne znam, u Austriji, u Njemačkoj. Dakle, vi sa putovnicom putujete u sve zemlje članice Europske unije. Ali to vam se nekako indirektno isto reflektira. Ja kad obilazim recimo hrvatsku dijasporu koja je nevjerojatno ogromna, je Južna Amerika, Australija, New Zealand, Kanada i tako dalje, i sad imate latinoamerikanci koji su podrijetlom Hrvati, ali oni govore španjolski, hrvatski jako slabo, njima je interesantna hrvatska putovnica i žele hrvatsko državljanstvo. Naravno sada, čujte, oni imaju pravo na državljanstvo. Sad, hoće li oni živjeti u Hrvatskoj ili u Španjolskoj, to ne znamo, ali činjenica je što znači zapravo biti članica Europske unije. Ona možda nije idealna, mi možemo uvijek nalaziti mane i tako dalje, ali vi nemate alternativu. Jer mi ovdje govorimo o miru, govorimo o sigurnosti, a to je ono što nama svima treba. Sigurnost i mir. I tu nema alternativa, tako da Zapadni Balkan koji je prošao sve ono što je prolazio, a i mi smo bili u sastavu bivše države, još uvijek opterećuju nas ostavština, odnosno nasljeđe, neriješena pitanja bivše države. Ona utječu i zapravo i na neki način na stabilnost Zapadnog Balkana i naravno zapravo isto i slabe institucije u nekim zemljama Zapadnog Balkana. I tu treba jačati institucije kako bi zapravo i političke elite koje možda ne dijele iste vrijednosti ne mogu se naći u tome. One automatski zapravo ispadaju iz nekog natjecanja političkog, ali onda jačate društvo, jačate nevladine organizacije, slobodu medija, slobodu govora. I na koncu kad pogledate Hrvatska koja se uzima kao uspješna priča, ne zato što mi to kažemo, nego zato što to drugi kažu, Croatia is success story. To je lijepo, znate, meni čuti vani, ali mi imamo uređena, znati, i manjinska prava, svi imaju ista prava u Hrvatskoj kao i svaki građanin Republike Hrvatske. I to je dobro i to želimo i prenijeti i našim partnerima, saveznicima u Crnoj Gori. Naravno da je u interesu nacionalne sigurnosti i Hrvatska koja ima u sebe zemlju s kojom dijelimo i iste vrijednosti, i stabilnost, i sigurnost, a ovdje osobito u Crnoj Gori gdje imamo autohtonu starosjedilačku hrvatsku manjinu, hrvatsku zajednicu, koja opet želimo nekako da smo još i bliži s njima.
Dobro, hoćemo onda ove prijepore ostaviti za drugi krug, da sad
pasite, prijepori su, mislim, oni su prijepori su ljudski, ali kada mi imamo, znači, a kad sjednemo za stol i ono sve što nas žulja, ako imamo kamenčiće u cipelama, onda idemo maknuti te kamenčiće, idemo govoriti o nekim pitanjima koje opterećuju naše odnose. Svaka zemlja koja ulazi u Europsku uniju, ona bi dobro je da ona uđe rasterećena svih bilo kakvih nekih bilateralnih pitanja koje opterećuje, a ne da se ta pitanja rješavaju unutar Europske unije. Dakle, ovdje ne govorimo o bilateralnim pitanjima koja nisu pitanje pravne stečevine, pitanje razgraničenja, evo i sa Slovenijom to mi rješavamo na civilizacijski način. Vi imate i drugih zemalja članice Europske unije koje imaju određene možda prijepore, ali na civilizacijski način su to riješile i to sve skupa funkcionira, ali mi ovdje imamo neke probleme ili pitanje koje su nasljeđe raspada bivše države. Imamo, evo upravo se vraćamo sa obilježavanja godišnjice, 34. godišnjice, tužne godišnjice logora Morinj, gdje smo položili vijence, upalili svijeće logorašima, oni koji su bili prisilno dovedeni sa dubrovačkog područja, Dubrovnika, i hvala kolegi Ibrahimoviću što je organizirao tako jedan lijepi događaj s dignitetom, s dostojanstvom, gdje smo komemorirali zapravo taj jedan događaj kako bismo njegovali kulturu sjećanja i za nas, ali i za naraštaje, za generacije koje dolaze. I to je europski. I to je dobro i mislim da možemo biti ponosni i jedna i druga država što zapravo njegujemo svake godine, obilježavamo tu godišnjicu.
Dobro, onda ćemo ipak malo za drugi krug još ostaviti detaljnije. Gospodine Pahor, i kad Evropska unija da zeleno svjetlo, pozitivno mišljenje o spremnosti kandidata, znamo da je ključno uvjeriti svaku članicu Evropske unije u to da zapravo Crna Gora jeste spremna. Dajte nam par savjeta šta da radimo, kako da zaista izgradimo povjerenje i obezbijedimo to mišljenje i da prosto nemamo onda pojedinačnih problema u Europskoj uniji.
Dobar dan. Bio bi iznenađen da Crna Gora ne ulazi u Europsku uniju 28. godine. Reći ću vam zašto. Ne zbog toga, mada i zbog toga, jer će ispuniti više manje uslove, a to nije toliko bitno koliko je bitno da je u Briselu došlo do promjene u vezi pogleda na proširenje Europske unije na Zapadni Balkan. Ja ću biti kasnije kritički do te politike proširenja, ali radostan sam da će Crna Gora kao prva, možda uz Albaniju, 28. godine verovatno, niko ne zna tačno, ali verovatno ući u Europsku uniju. Zašto? Pa došlo je u Briselu kod formisanja nove komisije Ursule von der Leyen do neke promjene, ne samo zbog Ukrajine, geopolitičkih situacija u Europi, nego i zbog ipak jednog iskustva da treba dokazati i Zapadnom Balkanu i Europskoj uniji da taj proces proširenja ostaje relevantan za Zapadni Balkan i Crna Gora je tu u biti zaista najspremnija, mala je, mislim, taman napravljena za takvu politiku proširenja da je sljedeći kandidat. Uz to da zapravo dobro, najbolje ispunjava uvjete. Dakle, ide uz tu narativu merit-based approacha. I tu je i Albanija ostavio to pitanje da li će to uspjeti ili ne, ali zapravo sada Crna Gora ne treba Brisela, nego Brisel treba Crnu Goru. Tako da zbog toga mislim da bi se to moglo desiti. Jer sam počeo i završit ću sa kritikom te politike proširenja. Sada kad nisam više predsjednik, ne trebam biti politički korektan i reći ću to što mislim u vezi toga. Bio sam puno godina advokat politike merit-based approacha. Kao što je prije rekao, mislim da njemački ambasador. Kad vi ispunite sve uslove, mi vas prihvatimo. Mislim da se u posljednjim 10 godina, pogotovo u zadnjih 5 godina, sve promijenilo. Ne samo zbog rata, zbog agresije Rusije u Ukrajinu, nego zbog svih okolnosti. I da je došlo vrijeme da bi, i to je sad moj prijedlog za politiku proširenja EU, da bi umjesto te merit-based approacha napravila u bistvu geopolitički jedan moment kada bi Brisel došao do konsenzusa da ide na Zapadni Balkan, na čitav region, ponudući svim državama u regiji da naprave referendum i države koje bi ih na referendumu izglasale pridruženje Europskoj uniji, bile bi članice Europske unije. To bi značilo da je došlo do jedne geopolitičke odluke u Briselu, da je regija Zapadnog Balkana regija Europske unije. Do sada do takve odluke nije došlo. Znam, to će moj prijatelj i vanjski ministar potvrditi, verovatno i neće doći do takve odluke i meni je teško da neće doći. I mi ćemo u sljedećim godinama vidjeti svašta. Nadam se da će sve proći mirnim putem. Postoji tu razlozi, postoji tu uvjeti da ipak sve napetosti idu mirnim putem, ali trebamo biti svjesni, postoji i mogućnosti da možda uz neke savjete iz trećih država i tako dalje, dolazi i do nekih konflikata koji bi mogli značiti opet neku sigurnosnu opasnost na Zapadnom Balkanu. I da završim, mi smo imali probleme sa Hrvatima zbog dvostranskih problema, je li tako? Ja sam bio premijer koji je stavio blokadu Hrvatskoj. I ja sam bio premijer koji je onda odlučio da se ta blokada prekine i da idemo na referendum u Sloveniji uz pitanje arbitražnog sporazuma. Ali reći ću vam jednu stvar. Nije to bio samo problem za Hrvatsku, kad sam ja stavio blokadu Hrvatski, nego je bio problem i za Sloveniju i za mene.
I da li biste danas isto
jer
tako?
tad je bio pritisak Brisela, Angele Merkel i svih, Sarkozija i svih ostalih, da ipak Hrvatsku treba u Europsku uniju. Slovenija je ostala sama. Ja sam trebao naći nekog sugovornika u Hrvatskoj da bih došli do jedne pametne, poštene, dvostranske odluke i došli smo. Ali na kraju došli smo Hrvati i Slovenci sami. Jer ni Angela Merkel na kraju nije bila uvjerena da je to moguće riješiti u nekom doglednom vremenu. Tako da, nadam se da će i Hrvatska i Crna Gora te probleme riješiti, jer je to u biti u zajednički interes. Ja sam to dobro rekao, ministre.
Iz perspektive današnje sa iskustvom koje imate, da li biste ponovo uradili što ste i tad uradili vezano za blokadu?
Verovatno bi, jer nisam video drugog puta da se riješi pitanje granice. Da. Ali bio sam presretan tog dana kad, to je spomenuo ministar, kad smo sa tadašnjom premijerkom potpisali sporazum o završetku pregovora u Briselu i bio sam i prvog, mislim da 7. je li tako, 2013. kada ste ušli u
A 2009. smo potpisali sporazum o arbitraži.
Da, u Stokholmu.
To
su bili vrlo radosni momenti. Bilo je malo radosnih momenata kad sam bio premijer zbog financijske krize. Ali moralni problem kojeg sam imao bila je blokada Hrvatskoj. Jer moje pitanje je bilo, ja kao lider, imam ja to moralno pravo da stavim blokadu jednom drugom narodu da ne ulazi? I onda sam se tješio tome da ipak trebam i ja misliti na naše nacionalne interese, kao što sad radi i ministar. Tako da tu je treba naći neki kompromis principa. I nije lako. Nije lako ni vama, ali nadam se da ćemo to riješiti, da Crna Gora postane sljedeća država EU.
Hvala vam puno na odgovoru i dali ste nekako dobar uvod da vidimo konkretnije kako ćemo riješiti ove probleme. Znači, problemi jesu vezano za granično područje, jesu vezano za odštetu, jel tako? Priča se o nekih 17 miliona za Morinje, jel su li te cifre tačne? Ono što smo vidjeli u medijima, nedavno je predsjednik Bokeškog foruma, gospodin Andrija Petković, pomenuo i proces odštete bokeljskih Hrvata, je li tako, da tu se isto pominju čak i milijarde. Šta se sa tim dešava i naravno nisu to samo financijski prijepori oko granice, već imamo i, ajde da kažem, ideoloških. Hrvatska je neke od najviših funkcionera Crne Gore proglasila personama non grata. Kako ćete, šta je od svega ovoga o čemu se toliko piše u medijima blizu rješavanja, a o čemu ćete morati još da vodite razgovore i koji dio će eventualno ostati, kao što je ostalo sa Slovenijom i Hrvatskom, nakon ulaska u Europsku uniju?
Hvala vam, puno toga ste kazali i stavili na stol, što nije loše, to je dobro da ovako transparentno i otvoreno razgovaramo. Za razliku recimo od slovensko-hrvatskog prijepora, to su granična problematika, mi to nikada nećemo ostaviti kao nešto što bi trebalo biti u smislu da to može biti neki uvjet. Dakle, to je nešto što mi ćemo rješavati. A ovdje govorimo o nekim univerzalnim zapravo vrijednostima, civilizacijskim. Znači, odšteta logoraša, to nije stvar financija, to nije stvar je li to 10, 11, 12 ili 3 ili ništa, nego je to zapravo jedna moralna, ja bih rekao, kategorija. Kategorija kao što je recimo pitanje nestalih osoba. Mi još uvijek tražimo 1744 nestale osobe sa Srbijom, 14 sa Crnom Gorom. Znači to nadilazi bilateralno pitanje. To je vladavina prava. To nije stvar da Hrvatska nešto uvjetuje, nego može li recimo jedna zemlja koja ima odgovornost za agresiju, jer je to na koncu i presudom Međunarodnog suda, znači suočiti se sa prošlošću, pokazati volju, političku volju da se to riješi ili zapravo odustati od toga i ne priznati, dakle, to su te vrijednosti. Govorimo o tome što mi želimo unutar Europske unije. Broj samo članica da ih ima, bez obzira što se u tim zemljama radi, ili vidjeti spremnost, odlučnost ili kako vi kažete riješenost, odlučnost da doista imamo te vrijednosti, dijelimo te vrijednosti, želimo neki napredak. Dakle, Europska unija, znači nama je, to je nešto što je dobro, jer mi imamo sve te benefite koje smo ostvarili u članstvu Europske unije, to je vidljivo u Hrvatskoj, to je vidljivo u hrvatskom društvu. Mi sad smo sve vanjsko-političke ciljeve ostvarili, još imamo članstvo u OECD-u. To jača nama jednu sigurnosno, pravni okvir, ulaže u stranci, imaju mogućnost ulaganja, ali isto zagarantiranja njihovih investicija, znači jačamo investicijsku klimu, jačamo reputaciju zemlje, pa nama je članstvo u Europskoj uniji sada toliko koristilo da je i naš, recimo, BDP od trenutka kad smo ulazili od negdje 61% BDP-a, sada smo došli do 73%, a da ne govorimo o kreditnom rejtingu koji stalno raste. Mi ovdje govorimo o nekim pitanjima, znači logoraša, ima tu naravno situacija koje su nasljeđe raspada bivše države i naravno Hrvatska, evo govorimo o tom Morinju koji je jedna, evo to smo uspjeli nekako svake godine obilježavamo, ovo je i 4. godišnjica, sjećam se prvog kada je bio ministar Đorđe Radulović, položili smo samo tada cvijeće, onda i gospodin Ranko Krivokapić i Ploča i Raško Konjević i tako, i drago mi je da to nastavljamo i dalje. To je jedna jako dobra, čini mi se, evo, nešto dobro u odnosima, a ovo razgovaramo još o logoraša, mislim da smo tu jako blizu rješenja. Mi smo uvijek spominjali taj školski brod, Jadran, koji je zapravo simbol Hrvatske, jer nekako smo emocionalno vezani za brod koji se zapravo našao u Baru ili Tivtu ili Budvi slučajno jer je išao na remont 90. Znači on je zaveden u matična mu je luka Split i dakle on je zapravo simbol naš. Iako mi imamo tu, naravno, postoji ugovor o sukcesiji koji moramo rješavati, ali to je nešto što ćemo rješavati neovisno o ovom članstvu Crne Gore u Europskoj uniji. Naravno da su tu i druge zemlje, tu je Srbija prije svega, tu je Sjeverna Makedonija, tu je Bosna i Hercegovina i naravno Slovenija. Ali govorimo o ovim nekim vrijednosnim, univerzalnim, čini mi se, to su simbolične i male, sitne zapravo, ja bih rekao, geste koje bi mogla Crna Gora učiniti, ali tu smo na domak rješenju oko odštete logoraša i baš danas su i bili logoraši iz Dubrovnika tamo, ali onda pitanje i te otete imovine, mislim, koju ja nisam doista, ja kad sam to čuo, recimo, ne znam, prije nekih mjesec dana, ja sam bio zgrožen, nisam ni znao da je 90% tih parcela u Dobroti ili recimo Tivtu, da je to jednostavno oteto, da je netko se drugi uknjižio na posjede, dakle, po međunarodnom pravu, dakle, imovina, to vam nitko, to je neotuđivo pravo, jel? I ne može se dogoditi, ako još i postoje presude, da se to ne može sada uknjižiti. Prema tome, to je nešto što se mora napraviti, mislim. To je, ako želimo zajedno biti u Europskoj uniji, pa to je nešto što vi morate. U Europskoj uniji nemate samo prednosti, odnosno da imate prava, imate i obveze, naravno, određene. Prema tome, znači, vi, ako ste u jednom klubu, onda vi morate poštivati propozicije toga kluba. Europska unija je zajednica vrijednosti koja, rekao sam, nema alternativu. Tako da, mislim, tu, što se tiče Hrvatske, mi ćemo sa svojim iskustvom, svojim ekspertizom pomoći, mi pomažemo, naravno, i sa našim centrom izvrsnošću, sve ono što treba, sa twinning projektima, to znaju svi ministri do sada s kojima sam ja surađivao, jako dobro. Crna Gora jako dobro zna našu poziciju vezano za podršku. Pa zamislite, za vrijeme našeg predsjedanja, ja sam bio ministar, znači 30.6.2020. je otvoreno zadnje poglavlje, 8. tržišno natjecanje. I mi smo, znači, tu odradili svoj dio, onda je bio jedna mala praznina, čini mi se, i promjene vlasti i tako dalje, pa zato je to malo potrajalo. Ali mi smo isto tako zatvorili 3 poglavlja. Mi mislimo da je 31. poglavlje, mislim, poglavlje koje se reflektira i ono je odraz zapravo regionalne stabilnosti, odraz je dobrosusjedskih odnosa, ali dobrosusjedski odnosi su nadkrovljujuće načelo Europske unije. Dakle, tu mora svaka država naravno pokazati gestu, otvorenost. I ovo što radi kolega Ibrahimović, koji je jako dobro primljen u Europskoj uniji i naravno i nije mu lako, jer tu apsolutno mora imati dobru podršku, potporu i koalicijskih partnera i naravno svih onih političkih lidera koji moraju znati da je Crnoj Gori mjesto u Europskoj uniji, da je Crna Gora suverena, neovisna zemlja, da je Crna Gora država koja ima svoju povijest. Pazite, Berlinski kongres još u tom trenutku bila je kneževina, pa je bila kraljevina, pa je onda greškom protokola možda 18. godine, ima jedna knjiga, treba pročitati jednog talijanskog ambasadora koji je rekao kako je greškom protokola kao nestala Crna Gora, ali nikad ona nije nestala u smislu sjećanja. Znači, treba obnoviti tu Crnu Goru, njezin ponos, njezin narativ i ono što bi se reklo, Njegoš bi rekao, oro gnjezdo vrh Timora vije, jer slobode u ravnici nije. Ali to su tako te jedne, ja bih rekao, vrijednosti, možda arhaične, ali su one itekako aplikabilne ovdje u smislu, one nikad ne umiru, vrijednosti ljudskosti, poštenja, uvažavanja. Ja uvijek kažem, kad se mi nađemo, Italijani, Austrijanci i mi imamo neformalnu skupinu, prijatelji, Friends of Western Balkans. I mi uvijek govorimo, ali tu ja nemam što puno reći, nego samo reći tražimo međusobno poštovanje. Mi se moramo poštivati jedni druge. I ono što se dogodilo u tom raspadu bivše države, moramo svi shvatiti. Mi ne možemo samo izjednačavati neku krivnju kao što neki hoće reći bio je neki sukob. Nije sukob bio. Jer mi znamo da je to bila agresija. Mi znamo što se događalo u Dubrovniku, u Konavlima i tako dalje. U Srbiji nije bilo nikakvog sukoba. U Crnoj Gori nije bilo nikakvog sukoba. Agresija je bila na Hrvatsku, kratko na Sloveniju, na Bosnu i Hercegovinu. Prema tome i Međunarodni sud je tu rekao. Dakle, mi ne možemo, moramo priznati zapravo istinu. Kada mi priznamo istinu, onda mi možemo graditi budućnost i daljnje odnose. Samo na istini, na činjenicama, na priznanju i drago mi je da danas, kažem, i ta ploča svjedoči o tome.
Tako je. Hvala vam. Voljela bih da čujem od ministra Ibrahimovića kako vi planirate da riješite pitanje Jadrana i odlično je uvod napravio gospodin Grlić Radman. Da vas pitam ono što sam vas na neki način na početku pitala, kako zapravo vaše kolege iz vlade koje ne prihvataju ovu istinu da je među onima koji su išli u agresiju sramnu na Dubrovnik bilo i građana Crne Gore? Kako mislite da ćete zajedno sa njima ući u Evropsku uniju?
Vidite, zadovoljstvo je prisustvovati ministarskim samitima kada se priča o Crnoj Gori. Dakle, svi nas prepoznaju kao front runnera i ponavljam, dakle, Crna Gora sazrijeva i određenu vrijednost našeg društva prepoznaju naši evropski partneri iz Evropske unije. Da krenemo redom. Stvari idu dobrim tokom. Uvaženi kolega je rekao, idu dobrim tokom. Da vas samo podsjetim da je neko mogu da pretpostavi da će se u Crnogorskom parlamentu izglasati rezolucija o genocidu u Srebrenici sigurno prije 15 godina, svak bi rekao nemoguće. Kada sam izabran prije jedno 12 mjeseci, 13 za ministra vanjskih poslova, na stolu me dočekalo jedno 10 otvorenih pitanja sa Hrvatskom. Moj kolega prije mene je davao maksimum da probamo da riješimo određena pitanja i mogu da se pohvalim od tih 10 otvorenih pitanja. Mi smo neka već riješili, a više od pola smo blizu da riješimo. Dakle, ukoliko imate dvije strane da žele da riješe problem, odnosno to otvoreno pitanje, one ga mogu riješiti. Ali dajmo malo i vremenu i pozitivnoj energiji da se ta pitanja riješe. Vjerujte, pitanje i školskog broda i svega drugoga, koliko misli moj kolega da pripada Hrvatskoj, mi mislimo da pripada nama. Ali pustimo u jednu ovakvu pozitivnu atmosferi, dobroj namjeri. Ja sam danas srećan da imam 2 predstavnika ovdje iz bivših Jugoslovenskih republika, a danas su članice Evropske unije. koje su nam veliki podržavaoci našeg evropskog puta. Dakle, želim da kažem da su i oni prepoznali da Crna Gora ide dobrim putem. Ponavljam, dajmo šansu ovoj evropskoj priči Crne Gore. Naši evropski partneri nas žele, hvala vam na lijepim riječima, ali ja vjerujem da mi treba da zavrijedimo pažnju i mislim da smo je zavrijedili. Ako sam vam ponovio da ćemo mi zatvoriti 4 poglavlja ili 5 poglavlja do kraja decembra, dakle, ova vlada radi nešto. I mene interesuju rezultati i mene interesuje ono što je glavno, da evropski put Crne Gore nema alternativu. Dakle, prepoznali su građani, evo i završavam, preko 80% građana podržava evropski put Crne Gore, jer znaju da nema Crna Gora alternativu, da je to put mira, stabilnosti, prosperiteta. I još jednom da kažem, ja i gospodin Gordan imamo izvanrednu saradnju, naši timovi konstantno rade i vrlo sam srećan. Evo, dozvolite mi da pomenem i kad je dom, ja ne mislim da je to nešto spektakularno, ali sam srećan da je hrvatska manjina dobila dom u Tiftu. Srećan sam da su danas djeca mogla da uče hrvatski jezik u Rik Crnovića ili gdje su bili. Dakle, radimo, organizujemo komisije i ono što je glavno, sve ovo u dobrom duhu, uz poštovanje obje strane i ne mogu Crna Gora i Hrvatska biti na suprotnoj strani.
Više nikad.
I ja se zahvaljujem našoj prijateljskoj državi, prijateljima iz Hrvatske, koji će biti, kao što je rekao i moj uvaženi prijatelj, ministar vanjskih poslova Savezne Republike Njemačke, da zajedno sa Hrvatskom ćemo brže stići do Brisela.
Hvala vam. Pošto nam nije ostalo puno vremena, htjela bih gospodina Pahora da pitam. Jutro sam pročitala u vijestima vaš jedan odličan, rekla bih, intervju i tu je nekako puno stvari o kojih bi voljela dodatno da razgovaramo, ali nemamo vremena. Međutim, 2 stvari me zanimaju. Kažete da treba da nas prime u Evropsku uniju iako nismo do kraja spremni. Tu postoji jedan naš unutrašnji problem zato što kroz zakone koje završavamo zbog ulaska u Evropsku uniju, kao što su IBAR zakon i slično, prolazi jako puno stvari koje su društveno nekorisne, a koje nisu pod radarom Evropske komisije, Evropske unije i njenih organa, zato što kažu to je stvar vašeg zakonodavstva i uređenja, koje vlast vrlo vješto koristi da napravi dodatnu pomećnju. I druga stvar koja nema veze s tim, nego je regionalna i vrlo mi je zanimljiva vaša teza o rješavanju problema između Kosova i Srbije i vi ste bili vrlo involvirani u taj proces i mislim da bi dobro bilo, pošto je ovo svakako skup koji prevazilazi granice Crne Gore, malo da nam kažete više o tim vašim stavovima vezano za to kako riješiti problem Kosova, a istovremeno nije neznačajno, a mislim da ste ranije aludirali na problem Republike Srpske kad ste pričali o potencijalnim problemima u regionu. Pretpostavljam da ste na...
Da, lično sam se bavio tim problemom jer u nekom momentu dobio sam, recimo tako, jednu podršku iz Beograda, iz Prištine, da sam u nekim stvarima mali medijator. Tako sam bio i prisutan na tom doručku u Austriji kad su, mislim da predsjednik Vučić i Tači, premijer Tači, razgovarali o tome da bih možda moglo doći do sporazuma u zamjenu teritorija, mada je to bila vrlo drska zamisao i na kraju ništa od toga nije bilo. Ali, dakle, bio sam u tom smislu neki koji je pokušao razumjeti obje strane. I danas sam došao do zaključka, da neću biti dug, da je zapravo, po mom mišljenju, to je radikalno mišljenje, ali po mom mišljenju to jedino se može doći do pomirenja i nekog apsolutnog dobrog susjedstva između Srbije i Kosova ako su obe zemlje članice Evropske unije. I to se može desiti samo ako više manje ulaze u istom vremenu. Zbog toga kažem, znam da je vrlo važno da države kandidatkinje ispunjavaju te uvjete. To je merit-based approach is important, but it's not decisive. Ja bih rekao, ako ulaze sve države, recimo u paketu, vi sve te bilateralne probleme zapravo pravite irelevantne. Jer se onda rješavaju poslije toga kad države ulaze u Europsku uniju. Dakle, da završim, pitanje proširenja u Zapadni Balkan je pitanje koje ostaje na stolu u Briselu. Države kandidatkinje trebaju ispunjavati uvjete. Ali kad u Briselu odluči da idu u Zapadni Balkan, tada će se to desiti. I zbog toga kažem, u Briselu će biti ta odluka da je Crna Gora sljedeća članica i biti će sljedeća članica zbog tog konsenzusa. Možda i Albanija. Šta je loše u toj strategiji? Jer bitne države, Srbija, Bosna i Hercegovina, bitne za sigurnost, svaka je država bitna, ali bitne za sigurnost regiona, ostaju vani. Pa pazite, Makedonija, Severna Makedonija, pa pazite, to je sada neka blokirana, zatvorena država koja na neki način kolapsira unutra. I nemojte mi reći da ako, recimo, Albanija ide dalje, da će Albanci u Makedoniji to samo pratiti i ništa napraviti. Nemojte mi reći ako je Albanija ide dalje, da će na Kosovu Albanci samo promatrati taj proces i ništa uraditi. Dakle, tu su ozbiljna pitanja koja ostaju, mada Crna Gora ide u Europsku uniju, mada Albanija ide u Europsku uniju, i mislim da Brisel apsolutno, kako se kaže, underestimates, podcjenjuje sigurnosno pitanje na Zapadnom Balkanu, mada će ilustrirati u isto vrijeme da je sposoban proširenja. Ali to nije odgovor na sigurnosna pitanja. Nije odgovor na sigurnosna pitanja Zapadnog Balkana. Uvijek sam bio od mišljenja da smo mi, koji smo živjeli jedan put u istoj državi, sada, poslije svih tih događaja, koji su bili surovi za sve nas, da smo mi sposobni na neki način dati jednu alternativu Briselu u tom smislu da na kraju krajeva svi možemo uživati taj evropski put. Nisam siguran kako će Srbija. I neću nagađati kako će završiti. Ali zastavljam si ja pitanje, ako sutra bude referendum tamo u vezi ulaska u EU, da li postoji sada tamo većina za ulazak ili ne? I želio bih da imaju tu šansu i da odluče. Ako Srbija ostane izvan EU-a, i znam kako je to osjetljivo pitanje za Hrvatsku, apsolutno to respektiram, onda ćemo imati još uvijek tu politiku srpskog svijeta koja će biti vrlo, vrlo opasna možda za sigurnosne razmjere. I tu će biti Ruska federacija. Tako da tu senzibilnost za taj region, mislim, fali mi u Briselu. I znam, ministar Radman sjajan je i radi odlično svoj posao, ali vrlo je nezahvalan ta posao. Jer svi sada u Briselu, završavam, svi su sada fokusirani na Ukrajinu. Naravno, tamo je rat. Svi su fokusirani na približavanje Ukrajine. Naravno. Svi bih željeli da ta država postaje dio Evropske unije. A šta za Zapadnom Balkanu? Pa to je crna rupa. Ako pogledate zemljevid, osim Švajcarske, to je crna rupa. Pa zašto? Zašto traje proces proširenja sada koliko? 25 godina? Molim vas. Dakle, nisu uvjeti tu bitni. Mada svi prave najbolje, na kraju odluka bit će primljena u Briselu i sada moji kolegi naravno ne mogu zamisliti da će biti 6 novih komesara. Znate, znam da treba i neka reforma EU prije toga u Briselu. Dakle, zaista smo se znašli u situaciju u kojoj vrijeme ne dopušta više puno laganiji proces proširenja, nego brz i savršen i dosljedan. Da li smo sposobni? Vidjet ćemo.
Hvala vam puno. Nažalost, nama je vrijeme isteklo. Ja sam imala još puno pitanja, pa dobro je bilo na pauzi za ručak da nastavimo. Hvala vam svima.
Thank you to the excellent lineup of speakers. Next, we dive into the battles of the mind, cognitive warfare in a multi-vector environment. In today's world, battles are no longer fought only on land, sea, or air. They are waged in the cognitive space. Moderating is Biljana Jovicevic, journalist at Antenna M. Biljana, it is a pleasure to hand you the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Sofia. And from my side as well, I want to wish you all warm welcome to the panel. To all of you here in the conference, I hope everyone will sit it for a minute or two when we present our guest, panelists. And I will start actually with the presentation of our panelists. First one is Mrs. Kirilo Viktorov, Head of Department of Countering Information Threats to the National Security Ukrainian Center for Countering Disinformation. Welcome. Second one is one state official as well, Yasmin Hafiz. She's a Chief Communication Officer for North America and Security at the United Kingdom's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office in London, with over 10 years of experience. Third one is Mr. Alan Musa Efendic, Senior Analyst from Swedish Psychological Defense Agency. And the fourth one is the Milan Jovanovic, Senior Analyst and Professional Research from Debunk.org. So, we in the journalistic profession usually don't like complicating and confusing headlines. And regarding our issue with a little bit complicating and confusing headlines, for the start of this panel, I would like to mention one recent successful case that encouraging all of us. Moldova, a small country in the direct proximity of Russia, and I think that we can safely say that in the eve of general elections, they were faced a week ago, and they were faced during that period with all kind of combined threats that we are talking about on this panel, but as well as all these 2 days here. That is considered multi-vector environment. And despite all odds, they succeed. And last week, Sunday evening, I think that I can safely say that all of us have a breath of relief after the results were announced. I choose to mention Moldova not just as a successful example, but because I had opportunities to spend the second week of September there and witness firsthand what a cognitive battle space look like. And I believe that for the future it will be very, very important case study for all of us. And as I mentioned, of all odds, to start with Mr. Viktorov, head, as I said, of Department of Countering Information Threat for National Security of Ukraine. By logic, most experienced address with the panel, although youngest, but having in mind all the tools, I think properly. I think that we can safely also say that despite all odds, Ukraine was very successful in countering all the threats that you are facing, military, all different kind of sorts of hybrid threats. So for the beginning, my question would be regarding your experience from the first Russian invasion in March 2014 to the full-scale invasion in February 2022. What was the most important lesson that you had to learn and implement in your multi-vector battlefield, countering all of this?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good day, distinguished colleagues. Good day, dear participants. Before I start, I want to express my gratitude to colleagues from Atlantic Council, NATO, and Ukraine's mission to NATO for invitation and support during my long trip to Montenegro, to Budva. And I also want to say that it's a great honor for me and my organization to be here today to speak with you, and I really hope that it will be interesting and useful for you. So back to your question, I want to admit that it truly touches on the very essence of how Ukraine has transformed its approach to defense from the moment of Russia invasion in 2014 to the present day. When Russia occupied Crimea and started the war in Donbass, Ukraine found itself in an entirely new reality. It was not only a military aggression, it was a war for people's minds. Russia attacked not just our borders, but also the trust of citizens in their own state, the unity of society, and Ukraine's relationships with international partners. At that time, the response was often spontaneous. Civic initiatives, journalists, and volunteers carried out tremendous work, but mostly acted in an uncoordinated way. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022 became a turning point. It brought a realization: if we act only reactively, we will always be chasing the enemy. And in war, where information spreads within seconds, slowness means defeat. That is why I would like, first of all, highlight 5 key lessons that Ukraine has learned and integrated into multi-vector defense strategy. These lessons have transformed how we protect the state, not only on the battlefield, but also in the minds of people, both within Ukraine and beyond its borders. So, lesson 1, institutionalizing the response from volunteer initiatives to a state system. At the beginning of Russian aggression in 2014, Ukraine's information defense was mostly horizontal and informal. Volunteers, journalists, and civil society organizations did an extraordinary amount of work, but lacked a state mandate and resources. It was heroic, yet insufficient, against the state-run machinery of Russian propaganda, which operates systematically, around the clock, and with unlimited budgets. Later came the realization that Ukrainians need a centralized, permanent structure capable of coordinating efforts and acting swiftly. In 2021, by the decision of President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky and the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, the Center for Countering Disinformation was established. During the same year, Ukraine also undertook a comprehensive update of its security architecture by adopting several key documents. In particular, the Information Security Strategy and Cybersecurity Strategy of Ukraine were enacted. This marked the official recognition that information security is a matter of national survival, not merely a component of media culture. Since then, Ukraine has moved from chaotic responses to a coordinated state policy. For example, the Center for Countering Disinformation analyzes the information environment, develops recommendations for state authorities, proposes legislative changes, and coordinates cooperation with international partners and the private sector. And lesson 2, speed and proactivity, sizing the information initiative. Another major shift has been the understanding that a slow response is doomed to fail. The years from 2014 to 2021 demonstrated that if you wait until a fake spreads, even the best debunking no longer works. The enemy always exploits an information vacuum to fill it with its own narratives. After 2022, Ukraine shifted to a different model, from mere debunking to shaping the information agenda. A crisis communication system was built, and civil servants began to be trained for a rapid response in line with international standards. Lesson 3, societal resilience, media literacy as an element of national security. After the start of Russian aggression, it became clear that disinformation can be not defeated by working only with its sources. The audience must be protected. If citizens do not know how to verify information and trust questionable sources, the enemy will always find a weak spot. That is why media literacy has evolved from a secondary educational tool into a strategic element of national security. Cross-sectoral programs are being developed, training programs are being designed, and international experts and technology companies are being involved. Lesson 4, One Voice Policy, synchronizing civilian and military communication. In 2014, Ukraine faced a major challenge. State institutions were speaking with different voices, and sometimes even contradicted each other. The enemy actively exploits this, creating chaos and mistrust. Today, the approach has changed. Strategic communications have become an integral part of military hierarchy and are aligned with NATO standards. For example, the Center for Countering Disinformation closely cooperates with Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, other security agencies, and state institutions to maintain a one-voice policy in information space. This allows for rapid and coordinated communication with Ukrainian citizens and international partners. The one-voice policy reduces room for speculations and manipulations, while increasing trust in the state and our military among allies. Lesson 5, international coordination and global countering of FIMI. I think it's a key lesson, and we all understand that disinformation knows no borders. The Russian propaganda machine conducts information operations worldwide. Their goal is not only to weaken support for Ukraine, but also to undermine democratic institutions around the globe. Ukraine has progressed from being a target of attacks to becoming a country that sets standards for countering foreign information manipulation and interference. Today, there is active cooperation with international organizations, media regulators, and technology platforms, through which Ukraine not only adopts best practices, standards, and innovative approaches to strengthen information resilience, but also shares its own experience. This collaboration allows Ukraine to simultaneously reinforce its own defense and help other countries better understand the mechanism of modern hybrid threats and build collective resilience. To summarize, the main lesson Ukraine has learned is that defense must be systematic, proactive, and multidimensional. Strong state institutions have now been established to replace fragmented initiatives. Rapid and anticipatory responses to enemy actions have been organized. Protecting public awareness has been defined as a strategic priority. One voice policy among state and military structures has been ensured. International partnerships have been formed, without which it is impossible to win a modern information war. This has allowed Ukraine to withstand the largest war of our time and maintain the support of the democratic world. Today, Ukraine is ready to share this experience, as the challenges we have faced are becoming global, from disinformation operations to manipulations involving artificial intelligence. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this deep dive. I wanted to wait for the second round of questions to ask you a few things, but may I use this opportunity because I was listening what you were talking about carefully, and two things actually sounds quite familiar to most of us regarding it's a strategic communication and it's a media literacy. And I would say that your country was especially successful in strategic communication on all kind of platforms, especially the social media platforms. Even your president, Volodymyr Zelensky, I know that he probably has more than any of us can imagine every day on his plate, but he finds the time always, or his team find the time to communicate with the public, not just public in your country, but abroad as well. How do you manage that?
It's an interesting and complicated question. I think, in my personal opinion, it's because of the unity of Ukrainian society in the beginning of full-scale invasion. We all understand that we must protect our country, and we feel responsible to our armed forces, that we must help them, that we must be strong also. And I don't know how. I think it's our nature. It was something from from our soul, that all people was united and still united, and everyone knows what we need to do. It was a lot of calls between different agencies. We need to react on this, we need to communicate this, because we understand that if our state, if our government will be silent, Russia will talk. So, and we cannot allow Russia to do this. So.
Thank you. We will continue this later on. Mr. Musa Efendic, you are currently senior analyst for Swedish Psychological Defense Agency, but I know that you were in charge for the Western Balkans at the European External Action Service, TRET4, not just because your origin are from here, you are very aware everything what's going on here. And but I wanted to start with the Swedish application for NATO and entering in NATO immediately after what happened in Ukraine. And it was really one short and successful story for Swedish society. And it is really interesting how the Swedish government and all part of the society that understood what is actually the goal, how they managed to mobilize public opinion to support and to successfully enter in NATO in a short period of time. And can you imagine having in mind all what's going on in the Balkan, any of the Balkans country, implemented such a successful and short campaign sometimes in the future?
Thank you. So I'm very glad that it appears that way for an outsider, but I can assure you that the campaign was not smooth sailing. And it was, I understand that your impression is that it was brief, but actually this debate has been ongoing since the 1950s. And one important thing to keep in mind here is that Sweden has a very long and proud tradition of neutrality. The last war Sweden has fought was in 1814 against its neighbor Norway, and has since then enjoyed more than 200 years of peace. And so peace in combination with neutrality, so the self-identity of Swedes is that we are the peacemakers, we are the diplomats. We don't take sides, we don't engage in war. And I'm not allowed to be political, but it's a well-known fact that this is a highly political and polarizing issue, where usually those who are pro-NATO accession were to the right, and those against to the left. And so it was a huge moment when the time came to actually join NATO. And what tipped the scale? I mean, it's as the Albanian Prime Minister Edi Rama says with his usual irony, we have all of this thanks to Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. He tipped the scale, and this decades-long debate finally came to a conclusion when especially Social Democrats, who again have this very long tradition of constructive criticism against NATO, finally said, okay, time of neutrality is over, it is time for us to pick sides. And how they managed to do this when it comes to strategic communication, it was basically brutal honesty. We have been living in this illusion as Swedes that we don't pick sides, but actually there was an implicit expectation that the US and NATO would come to our aid when we need to. And in all honesty, we have been cooperating with NATO for years even beforehand, so it was only a matter of making things official. So it was, the communication from the right was finally, let's do this. From the left, it was, we are doing this reluctantly, but we have to. And you can maybe criticize that approach because it's sort of half-hearted, but it's actually very powerful when somebody, a statesman, a politician who has been active for decades says, it hurts me to do this, but we have to.
So the fear was the mobilizing for broader society, that after so many decades of neutrality, public opinion go a little bit in that side. And
yes, so I mean, it's always, it's a cliche, but I mean, it's in a time of crisis when things happen. And it's a time of crisis when people look for leadership. and they turned to the political leadership, and most of them, not all of them, said that NATO is our best option and we're in a hurry. But just to your point about how smooth it was, actually, and this is also my job, there was a lot of disinformation and turbulence in that process. If you remember, the plan was for Sweden and Finland to join NATO together for many various reasons, which we can go into. Swedish joined after Finland because it was delayed due to a lot of bilateral issues and disturbances.
I mentioned, second part of my question is regarding the Balkans, but when you mentioned, never mind, when you mentioned actually smooth transition and your part or job that you were facing different kind of threats, can you compare maybe that with the situation in Montenegro when we were entering in NATO and we were facing those threats?
Absolutely. So entering NATO, there's more or less a template now. There will be heavy Russian interference, information manipulation, hybrid warfare. And they will not only attack Sweden or Montenegro directly, they will use every narrative, every wedge, every friction to its own advantage. So I don't know how much you follow the situation in Sweden, but we have this macabre tradition that has finally died down now of burning the Quran. Preferably in front of a Turkish or an Iranian embassy, because we have these chaos actors that want to raise chaos, riots, and the safest, easiest way to do it is to burn a Quran. And we have a pretty large Muslim population in Sweden. They get enraged, and there you go. So this coincided with the NATO application, actually. And so Russian threat actors and others used the opportunity to portray Sweden as the most Islamophobic country on the planet, which is ridiculous. But they did such a good job that actually Sweden, in parallel to joining NATO, had to worry about threat actors even from the Middle East, wreaking havoc, Swedish embassies being attacked, being burnt down in Iraq, for example. So that's why I tried to say it was a mess. It was very difficult, and Sweden was fighting on several fronts to finally make it happen.
But to the point of my last part of the first question, can you imagine something like that, a swift campaign to entering in NATO some of the Balkan countries that still are outside of the NATO
well, it's quite difficult to imagine, considering, I mean, the situation in Serbia and the attitudes towards NATO, the complete and utter division of Bosnia-Herzegovina. But it is my conviction that if the crisis is severe and immediate enough, any country can come together, no matter how polarized. I cannot tell you exactly what that big immediate threat would be, but if it comes, God forbid, I think it's possible.
Thank you. Milane, as someone whose field of work for years was discovering, following, debunking the malign influences and waging different kind of hybrid wars on Montenegro, but as well as on the region, same language space. We should mention that first working in the DFC, and now you are in the bank.org. I would like you to, you have now a much broader overview about everything. I would like you to ask you to assess a situation regarding the different kind of hybrid threats for the Montenegro, but for Western Balkan as well in this period of time and this new global shifting all around.
Okay, so thank you for the question, but before I go to the answer, there's something I have to say. I would like to congratulate ACM for running this forum for 15 years now. It's a big jubilee, and running any kind of event for 15 years is no small task, yet alone the event of this scale and magnitude with this amount of guests, different people from different parts of the world, so congratulations. Now, going back to the question, since, I don't know, we don't have many time, or much time at all, but I will focus on Montenegro. We have heard several times throughout different panels, both yesterday and today, now directly from Ukraine, that one of the key components to being, let's say, more prepared or having better defense against this kind of modern 21st century threats is having the unity. But this is the main message, having unity on different fronts, in the institutions, in the country. And now, if you look at Montenegro, I don't think, we can get that. We cannot, agree upon many basic things, yet alone, foreign policies. When I say we, I mean both the citizens in Montenegro, but also the political elites who are now throughout, running the government. I will try to give a little bit of context. If we take hybrid threats as, let's say, set of malign activities run overtly or covertly by a different set of state or non-state actors, then we have plenty to talk about in Montenegro, especially in the last few years, 5, 6 years. And this started, let's say, on a bigger scale, coincided with Montenegrin membership to NATO, and now with the closer EU integration path, it's getting, again, more intensified. But it's really hard to imagine a unified position in a country or country with strong institutions where the most dominant political player is not coming from political sphere at all. So we have the most direct proxy of foreign interference of Russia and Serbia here in Montenegro, which comes from the religious sphere. It's Serbian Orthodox Church. And it's very dangerous because of the several factors. It's the most trusted institution in the country, not in 2025, but coming from the last, I don't know, as much as I followed, 3-4 years, the most trusted institution. It acts as an umbrella organization for a set of different actors. And then you have their constant, let's say, political interference. Let's start with 2020 going forward, but even before that. And aside, that was, it's not just the religious sphere, you have the political scene, which is deeply polarized. And people now running the government were accused of running the coup in 2016. People from the government have close ties with Russia and Serbia, of authoritarian forces that would see Montenegro derail from its European path. And I don't expect, it to go smoothly. Even though we hear today in the forum, and even yesterday we hear these messages, 2028 is the time. But I don't think it will go smoothly, because there are forces in the region that will oppose that. But in the region, but in the country as well. Then you have the cultural field.
Which forces, I wanted to ask you?
In the government, for now, in this current government, you have people who are direct exponents of Serbia and Russia, and this will not, go smoothly for Montenegro.
But when you said that there are forces that they will oppose, that the process will not go smoothly, what do you mean by that? Do you mean that maybe even forcibly?
No,
by violence?
No, I don't think that's a viable option. There are like much more, more smart way to do so. Now in Podgorica, we have this issue with this system for sewage waters, which is a good example of how to stop the integrations, because many things depend on that. That is one just example, but I won't go into too many details due to the time restraints. I will also mention that aside from the religious sphere, political sphere, media sphere, we can debate about it in another panel, but you have this cultural organization with the same goal of not just maybe derailing Montenegro from EU path, but it's not about the EU at all. It's about the values, because we have strong forces in the country promoting anti-liberal and anti-democratic values, and everything starts for values. EU is based on values, so the values come first, and then we build based on that.
But one of those forces you mentioned, that not all of them are political. One of the strongest is the religious force. The religious force, Serbian Orthodox Church. It was very interesting before that presentation of Mr. Aleksandar Music that they are playing, actually everything is playing with our minds, with our emotions. How much is more difficult to fight that kind of institution and that kind of force, and what would be successful tactic against those kind of force and misinformation and disinformation and the values when they are spreading them?
I think that when I say we, I mean NGOs, media, institutions are very poor at sending good messages because we tend to be very boring. We focus on facts, on minds, we focus on jargons, on statistics. People, build trust with their emotions. And this is something that Aleksandar Music showcased today in his excellent presentation. And we fall behind in strategic communications because we speak in a language that is not very understandable to the common citizen. It's very complicated, it's very bureaucratic, it's boring.
But we have to speak with the facts.
Yeah, but we have to find different. If you look on the other side of the spectrum, why there is, at least this is my opinion, but we can debate, why there like the far right and let's say malign actors here and elsewhere around the world are more successful in spreading their story. Because they focus on simplicity over complexity. If you see a narrative, EU is divided, EU is weak, NATO is aggressive, Montenegro is Serbian land, Ukraine is a Nazi state. There is not much complexity to that, but it's a very simple message that gets carried over and over, and people start believing it. Then, because it's very emotional, it plays on the people's emotions, their fears, hopes, fears of what can be. So this builds this sense of belonging that we are under the same threat. And there doesn't need to be much depth to this story. As we can see, these narratives that we are discussing and were discussed in the forum today were very basic, simple, yet effective. Otherwise, we wouldn't discuss them. Yeah. So, and the third, they use this decentralized way of social media much better than we do. And much before we learned how to use social media, malign actors exploited social media for their gains. So I think that there is a combination of factors. I don't say it's a moral thing to do, but if you want to get the message right, we also have something to learn. We cannot stray away from the facts, but we can find a better, more normal way to discuss with regular citizens, like more interesting way to discuss and convey our messages. I think that here in the forum, I won't take much time, here in the forum, there were excellent messages. But we need to find a way to get them out of this hole, because many people inside already know them. But we need to think about the outside of this venue.
Yeah, there has to be a fine line. Yeah. And it's a good intro, this last part, for our next guest and our next panelist. Ms. Hafiz, as a chief communication officer in United Kingdom government, you were in charge particularly for two very interesting social, but also security issue. It's a strategic communication during the COVID pandemic and strategic communication during the implementing the law that it's need to be adopted after the Brexit. Very, very delicate and difficult issues in both cases, but I would say that for Montenegro is specifically interesting the issue of the COVID pandemic because as everyone else, we had that problem, but also from that problem we had now even more problematic general immunization in country. I will give you just one concrete evidence of that. That would be that in 2024, only 22% of parents went with regular immunization and vaccination for their children. So in this this global shifting, global disease and pandemic of misinformation, disinformation, different kind of a narrative and battle with the people's mind, how do you successfully succeed in that campaign?
Thank you for the question, Biljana, and thank you to the Atlantic Council of Montenegro for having me. I think my colleague Milan did an excellent job of laying out the challenge that government, institutions, and civil society are facing, especially when dealing with mis and disinformation from far-right sources especially. So I think government has an issue with credibility. Public trust is low in government in the UK and I think around the world. And the other issue is simplicity of messaging. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we were trying desperately to communicate with citizens about key public health messaging as well as business support because the COVID-19 pandemic had such a big economic impact on the UK as well. So some of my colleagues have talked more about FEMI and countering mis and disinformation. I'll focus on some of the principles of strategic communications, what I think we have to do really, really well in order to create messaging that will get out to our citizens, but also make sure that they can trust in the messengers and that it's something that they can believe. So the first principle of good strategic communications is being extremely clear on who our audience is and what we want them to do. What do we want? What is our objective? What do we want them to think, feel, and do if we're trying to create a behavior change campaign that makes sense? When we're thinking about our audience, we need to understand who they are in terms of demographics. You know, we've talked about the importance of religious institutions here in Montenegro. Who do they trust? Who do they believe? And where do they get their news? If we don't understand those things, we don't understand how to meet our audiences where they are, and we're shouting into the void if we don't understand our audiences on a really deep level. We also need to be clear about our objectives, you know, because there are so many aspects to public health. And is it that we want higher vaccination rates? Are there other factors at play that we need to address before we can go straight to motivating people to increase public vaccination? The second thing we need to do once we fully understand our audiences and we're clear on our objectives is to understand the barriers to action that people are facing. In the UK, we use a model called the COM-B behavioral framework, and that's an acronym that stands for barriers of capability, opportunity, and motivation. It's really useful to outline these barriers because while strategic communications is incredibly important, sometimes there are barriers that can only be changed on a policy level, and that's why communications needs to work hand in hand with policy to make behavior change. Barriers of capability, those describe a person's ability to take up the action themselves. So that means if I'm living in a small town in the UK or Montenegro, do I have access to a hospital or a pharmacy or a clinic where I can actually take my child and get them vaccinated? Barriers of opportunity are more about the systematic opportunity to do that. So that means, are there enough healthcare professionals that have the training to give the vaccines? Are there enough vaccines available in my country? Those two types of barrier relate more to policies themselves, whereas the final category of barrier, which is about motivation, that's something where communications can be really effective. So that's about, do people understand why vaccination is important? Do they understand the risks if children aren't vaccinated? And that's where we can use communications on all kinds of channels through a variety of messengers to make the case for why this behavior is important.
If I understood you correctly, there were one message. There were different messages on different levels.
Yes, absolutely. So in the UK,
who were the messengers?
That's a great question. That's the third step, which is about we need to communicate simply through trusted messengers. So in the UK, while government officials are not always, politicians are not so trusted, we know that pharmacists are actually a group that has really high degrees of trust, along with community leaders, religious figures. So one of the things we did, we had a clear and simple message at the beginning of the communications campaign, which did shift, and we faced many challenges as the pandemic went on for so much longer than anyone expected. But the first key message was stay home, protect the NHS, and save lives. That's a message that people can remember, and the motivation is baked in. Why should I stay home? Because I want to save lives, because it will protect the NHS, which I do trust and I do believe in, to help me and my family. So if Montenegro wants to look to what the UK did during our pandemic response, I think that those are the three things to focus on. Be clear on who your audience is, what your objectives are, diagnose the barriers to action, and communicate simply through trusted messengers.
Thank you. Having in mind that we have only 6 minutes, 6 and 30 seconds, I will give opportunity to our audience to ask questions if someone wants to. And I think that I see few hands. The gentleman in the 4th row, I think that he was the first one.
Hi, everybody. Miroslav from the Hybrid COE. Very, very good debate. Interestingly, we could have opened up a little bit more when the politician actually went out of the room. And because it was so optimistic to listen to them how Montenegro is actually already in the EU. And interestingly to see that not everybody here in the region and in the global hybrid competitive environment are very happy with that outcome. You have the ambassador here of Russia who is openly suggested that that kind of action now is threatening Russia security interests, and that's jeopardizing their security. And he's still ambassador. That's one thing. And we know that hybrid activities in this region are not a new thing, that have the priming position of the hybrid actors here is quite, how to say, firm. And I know that you are all following this, particularly Musafendic and Jovanovic. And do you find that in the forthcoming period, which is the next 2-3 years, do you predict maybe like an inflow of hybrid activities, or you think that that has been left aside as a done deal and as it was mentioned in these panels before? Thank you.
Thank you. To take another question, I think the lady behind you is the one also.
Thank you, Mareike Uhlberg, German Marshall Fund. I want to address what I think is a bit the elephant in the room, and that is the question, are we ready for the wave of cognitive battles that's going to hit us from our west of us, from our friends across the Atlantic? We're talking about vaccines. I mean, I'm thinking of RFK Jr. and what he's been promoting. Yesterday, I had several points where some of the Russian narratives were laid out, some of the Serbian-Russian narratives, which have a lot of overlap with Christian nationalism in the United States. In Germany, we have dealt with almost attempts at regime change with the German elections. So we've already been dealing with Russia. Are we here in Europe ready with the link up between East and West, basically pinching us on the information space? And what can we do to deal with that? Because I really fear there's a huge wave that's going to hit us that's going to make everything more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. And the gentleman over there. Okay. Gentleman and then lady here, yes.
I'll try to be short. My name is Radoš Mušović. I work from NATO headquarters in Brussels. First of all, let me just thank you for having Ukrainian voices today, because this is very important, especially in this region and in Montenegro. So thank you for traveling that far. You gave me so much brain food and very interesting discussions. I would just say that recently I had a meeting with prisoners of war, Ukrainian prisoners of war that escaped Russian prisons. And I think if there is a Stratcom story and there's an emotional story and Battle of Mind story is what these people lived through. And unfortunately, I heard it only in my meeting room and I don't hear it in Europe. So, but what I would ask from the panel, if from my own position working as someone at NATO, if you were in a room with NATO leaders and you were given a couple of minutes to give them 3 main points where they have to invest political capital and resources in this sphere, what would those 3 main points be? Thank you.
Lady here, yeah.
Thanks a lot. Was it for me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I have the mic now. Thank you so much. Minna Olander, I'm an associate fellow at Chatham House. I have a very brief question to those of you who are in government positions. How do you deal with the fact that especially a lot of young people get most of their information through social media like TikTok or something? And I mean, everybody knows how difficult it is with TikTok. Like you can't have it on your government device and so on. So how do you bridge that gap between like what kind of media, especially young people, consume? Thank you.
Hello, Marek Kopp from ICDS think tank from Estonia. So I think debunking is so yesterday, and I'm still surprised that we are discussing debunking strategies as an option. So my question is very short. What is stopping us to be very active on the pre-bunking tactics. Thanks.
So we are basically exceed our time. Only less than a minute is less, but could you please then, as soon as possible, start answering on the questions?
So I will try to be brief. The first question was about whether we expect hybrid activities to be increased or decreased in the future. I think that they try when there is divisions in the society, and the more divisions, the more divided region and Montenegro is, and we can see that this is not going to change soon. I think we can expect, having in mind that also there could possibly be enlargement of the EU in the next couple of years, Montenegro the current forerunner. So I think that around that geopolitical event and political event specifically, we can expect more of these multi-vectoral activities to occur.
I will just pick up on that first question, which was partly addressed to me. I definitely expect the hybrid activity to intensify because, as was said, I mean, Montenegro is on a good path, but it is a very divided country. And one aspect to keep in mind is that, as you said, Moldova has done great. Yes. We're very happy for that, but that could also mean that Russia will be seeking other hosts for their chaos-spreading activities, which might mean that they will invest even more in Serbia and Montenegro. And we have already seen some signs of that in Serbia.
And Mr. Bušović, questions regarding where do NATO need to invest in 3 points?
I will try to give not 3, but only 1.
Yeah, okay.
I think that it would send a really strong message to install and organize a COE in the Balkans. I think it would be a very good move, and yeah, that's the only one thing.
I think that you specifically, Yasmin, would maybe wanted to
I can
address
speak
the
to
question.
Marika's and Mina's points.
Yes.
So, in terms of U.S. mis and disinformation, and also how do we have an influencer strategy, or how do we use new media points? I think on the first point, we have to defend a free and fair and open media with everything that we have, including academic institutions, which, when they're threatened. And we also need to reach people in new media formats. The UK government has just started something called the New Media Unit, which is specifically looking at that. And we actively are working with influencers in a way that we haven't before in terms of giving them access and working through other trusted voices to put out our messaging. So that's definitely something that we're looking to do.
I want to answer a question about TikTok and messengers.
Yes.
As you see, I'm young, and all my team, also young people. Average age in the Center for Countering Disinformation is approximately 30 years old. So every one of us is familiar with social media, TikTok, etc., etc. And what I want to say, in Ukraine, we have the same situation. The most popular source of news for all ages, it's Telegram. It's a messenger. TikTok is also in top 3. And what we do with it, we create our channels on all the platforms. For example, Center have channels, 2 channels on YouTube. We have Telegram, we have Viber, we have WhatsApp, we have TikTok, etc., etc. So, in my opinion, right now, government must be multi-channel. It must talk with all audiences, and it must create content that give you emotions, how my colleagues already said today. So, yes, we see this tendency, and we are trying to deal with it. We are trying to be everywhere, let's say like this, and we are trying to reach everyone. So, thank you so much.
So we are more than exceeded our time, and we need to finish. Thank you, all of you, for participating in this panel, for actively participating by the audience, and this is the issue that issues that we will discuss more and more in the times to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Biljana, for this forward-looking debate. Now, it is my pleasure to welcome the analysts of the Digital Forensic Center, Jelena Danilovic and Draško Jabučanin, who will present the latest findings of their important report, Between Integration and Destabilization. We'll now continue in Montenegrin, so if you'd like to follow the live translation, I will give you a moment to make sure your headphones are on. Draško, počet ćemo sa vama. Kada govorimo o odnosu Zapada prema stranom malignom uticaju na tlu Evrope, da li ste primijetili promjene u percepciji tokom proteklih godina? I na osnovu vašeg izvještaja, koje su glavne prijetnje po demokratske procese u Evropi?
Da, hvala Sofija. Pa mislim da je 2022. godina ključna godina, odnosno ruska agresija na Ukrajinu. Prije 2022. godine mi smo imali samo pojedine članice Europske unije koje su hibridne prijetnje predstavljale kroz svoju stratešku komunikaciju. Međutim, ta prekretnica je učinjela da kompletna Evropska unija promijeni svoju strategiju i danas imamo jednu sveobuhvatnu strategiju borbe protiv hibridnih prijetnji, ali isto tako promijenili su se strategije, ali su akteri ostali isti. Rusija je promijenila svoju taktiku i danas u Europi Rusija prije svega cilja sve domene hibridnih ciljeva, od upotrebe dronova, informacionih tehnologija, cyber prostora i tako dalje. I mi vidimo da je Rusija upravo nakon uvođenja sankcija od strane Evropske unije i protjerivanja preko 300, odnosno 400 ruskih diplomata, svoju taktiku prilagodila i pokušava da cilja sve domene koji su ključni za funkcionisanje društvenog i političkog sistema u Evropskoj uniji. Međutim, te hibridne aktivnosti nekako su se preselile i na informacioni prostor, što je uvijek interesovanje digitalnog forenzičkog centra, čime se mi bavimo, i primijetili smo kako određene političke strukture trasiraju, odnosno transponduju određene narative u Europskoj uniji. Ti narativi su prije svega usmjereni na stvaranje neke slike da je Evropa u ratu, odnosno imamo situaciju kada je povećan budžet za NATO budžet na 5% izdavanja BDP-a, narativ ključni u ruskim medijima koji se preko političkih struktura i određenih medija plasirao na teritoriju Evrope i naravno Zapadnog Balkana je da je posrijedi militarizacija Evrope i da zemlje članice Evropske unije žele da šalju svoju djecu da ratuju u Ukrajini. Vidimo kako se to i prelilo na Crnu Goru u nekom smislu. Imali smo jednu situaciju da je crnogorski ministar odbrane morao jednu dezinformaciju bukvalno da pravda i da objašnjava da to nije tako. Tako da je informacioni prostor itekako zasićen malignim narativa, prije svega iz Rusije, i da ti posrednici, proksi su itekako prisutni na teritoriju Evrope. Naravno, treba isključiti i drugog aktera na teritoriju Evrope, to je Kina, koja je itekako prisutna i kroz ekonomske, kulturne i druge institucionalne oblike pokušava da ostvari politički uticaj. Mislim da je, što se Kine tiče, Zapadni Balkan i dalje ključna tačka ulaska i to će se sigurno desiti u narednom periodu.
Hvala, Draško, dao si lijep uvod. Jeleni, za moje pitanje, koja je objektivna uloga Kine i Rusije u multipolarnom poretku? I sa druge strane, kako ove dvije sile vide svoju poziciju u tom novom poretku i na koji način one pokušavaju ili možda čak i uspijevaju da preoblikuju postojeće geopolitičke odnose ili da čak pokrenu i ostvare neke nove?
Prije svega, dobar dan i od mene. Baš kao što ste rekli, kolega Draško je već dao neki, da kažemo, uvod, ali prije svega rekla bih da međunarodni poredak prolazi kroz jednu duboku fazu transformacije. I ta faza zapravo uključuje, odnosno podrazumijeva eroziju liberalnog okvira, slabljenje, nažalost slabljenje transatlantskog jedinstva, ali i na neki način sve to ostavlja prostor autoritarnim silama, odnosno režimima, upravo koje ste i vi pomenuli, a to su Rusija i Kina u prvom redu. Dakle, te dvije države koriste, da kažemo, te perceptivne pukotine i slabosti kako bi ostvarile svoje ključne ciljeve. Njihovi ciljevi jesu da kažemo, formiranje nekog novog multipolarnog sistema. Šta zapravo Rusija radi i na koji način ona ostvaruje svoje ciljeve jeste da pokušava destabilizovati određene države ili određene čak regione. I upravo to je ono što radi posebno nakon što je otpočela ruska agresija na Ukrajinu 2022. godine. Čak i one države koje su zapravo nekada bile, da kažemo, na marginama strateških kalkulacija Rusije, danas postaju njene mete. Ne samo države, već i određeni regioni. Upravo je to slučaj sa regionom Zapadnog Balkana, ali i sa našom državom. Ipak, cilj Rusije nije da te države zapravo, da kažemo, uvede u neki savez sa Rusijom, već da zadrži destabilizaciju, slabost institucija u tim državama, političku nestabilnost i da zapravo opstruira njihov evropski i evroatlantski put. Zapravo da kod građana stvori percepciju da nije potrebno da se određeni region ili određene države pridružuju Evropskoj uniji ili NATO. Kada govorimo o Kini kao važnom geopolitičkom igraču u ovom trenutku, ono što je njen cilj jeste da preformuliše geopolitički prostor i zapravo teži tom, upravo kao što ste rekli, tom multipolarnom sistemu. To je ključni cilj. I iako se, recimo, u javnom diskursu sve više govori o vojnim kapacitetima, vojnoj dinamici, ono što je ključno pomenuti kada govorimo o Kini svakako jeste njen uticaj kroz meku moć koji se ostvaruje kroz brojne kulturne, obrazovne angažmane, ali i njen ekonomski uticaj u brojnim regionima i državama, pa i na Zapadnom Balkanu. I ono čime bi možda zaključila ovo prvo pitanje jeste da partnerstvo Rusije i Kine, ta dva autoritarna režima, zapravo počiva nekako, iako su snažne ekonomske njihove veze i vojne njihove veze koje su sve više intenzivirane kroz određene vojne vježbe, zapravo to njihovo partnerstvo je u osnovi oportunističko i ono zapravo djeluje sa ciljem da se suprotstavi, kako oni kažu, zapadnoj dominaciji, odnosno hegemoniji, a ne zapravo na njihovom partnerstvu.
Draško, Jelena nam je dala nešto što možemo sada već uzeti kao konstataciju, da je Zapadni Balkan i dalje i veoma intenzivno tema stranog mišanja. I u tom kontekstu tebe bih pitala da li je došlo do metodoloških ili pak suštinskih promjena u načinu na koje se to miješanje manifestuje u regionu?
Pa tako je, upravo kao što je Jelena rekli, to smo konstatovali u izvještaju da je Zapadni Balkan ostao poligon za hibridno djelovanje trećih strana, manipulacije informacijama i sve one aktivnosti koje služe destabilizaciji ovog prostora. Da, promijenili su se taktike, promijenili su se strategije. U kojem smislu? Poslije agresije na Ukrajinu nije više bilo politički oportuno voditi prorusku politiku ili makar inklinirati prema onome što danas zagovara zvanična Moskva, i akteri sa Zapadnog Balkana su pronašli neki način, neku taktiku da preko posrednika, odnosno kako se kaže proksija, sprovode svoju politiku na ovim prostorima. Glavni, ključni proksij na Zapadnom Balkanu je prije svega država Srbije, odnosno režim u Srbiji, preko kojeg se sprovode te hibridne aktivnosti prema cijelom regionu, posebno prema Crnoj Gori i Bosni i Hercegovini, naravno i Kosovu. Stoga treba razumjeti na koji način te taktike i strategije funkcionišu. Mi danas u Crnoj Gori imamo jednu organizaciju koja je Srpsku pravoslavnu crkvu, koja služi kao kišobran svih tih aktivnosti koje su smjerene na stvaranju etničke distance i destabilizaciji na kraju Crne Gore. To smo vidjeli na primjeru podizanja spomenika Pavla Đurišića, jednu tipičnu, da kažem, operaciju, hibridnu operaciju koja ima sjedište van Crne Gore, a koja u mnogome liči na neka dešavanja od 2014. do 2018. godine na istoku Ukrajine, kada su te male tačke, ti, da kažem, sitni mali događaje niskog intenziteta doveli do nekog vida, da kažemo, dalje destabilizacije jedne države. Ono što treba istaći svakako i da postoje drugi akteri na ovom prostoru koji djeluju, i evo mogu da kažem za ovaj panel da je Digitalni forenzički centar ima određeni alat s kojim se bavimo cyber bezbjednosti, i primijetili smo pojačanu aktivnost kineskih i ruskih hakerskih grupa koje su grupa APT-28 ili APT-18. Ono sa pozicije analitičara što je za nas interesantno je da ta aktivnost nije bila toliko prisutna u nekom prethodnom periodu, da danas ona postoji, što govori da što se Crna Gora bude više približavala Evropskoj uniji, bit će raznih oblika hibridnih napada u samoj državi.
Jelena, očigledno je da je situacija u Crnoj Gori kada je riječ o hibridnim prijetnjama zabrinjavajuća. Pa možete li se nama podijeliti ključne nalaze vašeg izvještaja kada je riječ o Crnoj Gori i konkretnije koji to alati uz ove koje je Draško pomenuo predstavljaju glavne prijetnje po demokratske procese u Crnoj Gori?
Naravno, dakle, u dobrom dijelu izvještaja bavili smo se Crnom Gorom, dakle, stanjem u Crnoj Gori, ali i dali neke preporuke za donosioce odluka, za medije, za civilni sektor, za sve kako bi zajedničkim snagama se zapravo suprotstavili tim malignim stranim utjecajima. Ono što bih na početku istakla jeste da se Crna Gora nalazi na prekretnici. I juče i danas čuli smo dosta ohrabrujućih poruka i jeste da smo napredovali, jeste da imamo podršku i pomoć Evropske unije, ali ipak proces integracija je daleko od završenog. Istovremeno imamo slabe institucije i dalje vladavina prava nije na zadovoljavajućem nivou, djelovanje organizovanih kriminalnih grupa, također česta pojava manipulacija informacija, govor mržnje, sve su to segmenti koji usporavaju naš proces evropskih integracija. Istovremeno, dok sve imamo te probleme, Crna Gora se suočava sa značajnim hibridnim prijetnjama, upravo kao što je kolega pomenuo, i zapravo sa stranim malignim utjecajima koji u prvom redu, i upravo bi to bio negdje odgovor koji su to ključni akteri u Crnoj Gori, suočava se dakle sa stranim malignim utjecajima koji dolaze konkretno od režima u Moskvi i Beogradu. Dakle, ti režimi pokušavaju kroz različite kanale utjecaja, dakle nije samo jedan kanal, već su različiti poput političkih partija, pojedinaca, političkih subjekata ili aktera, vjerskih organizacija, medija, ali i određenih krajnje desničarskih udruženja, pa i određenih organizacija čija oblast djelovanje, kultura i obrazovanje, što je posebno značajno, što možda nije toliko u fokusu javnog diskursa, jer upravo kroz ta udruženja koja plasiranjem određenih narativa, posebno mlađoj populaciji u Crnoj Gori, narativa koji zapravo predstavljaju suptilne manipulacije informacijama, pokušavaju zapravo oblikovati javno mnijenje i percepciju mladih i šire javnosti u Crnoj Gori. Dakle, kao što je već kolega pomenuo, Srpska pravoslavna crkva, pomenuli smo vjerske organizacije i definitivno je da moramo naglasiti da Srpska pravoslavna crkva predstavlja jednu od ključnih poluga, odnosno institucionalnih poluga preko koje se vrši koordinisano ideološko-politički utjecaj i Rusije i Srbije. Srbije koja zapravo predstavlja, koja je zapravo proksi akter Rusije na Zapadnom Balkanu i u Crnoj Gori. Ono što su negdje naše preporuke koje su dostupne u izvještaju, a koje bih i sada pomenula, jeste svakako da Crna Gora hitno mora jačati svoje institucije, dakle jačati institucionalne kapacitete, jačati vladavinu prava, raditi naravno na jačanju i povećavanju nivoa medijske i digitalne pismenosti, svakako kod raznovrsne populacije u Crnoj Gori, ali i političke elite imaju veliku ulogu i moraju postati svjesne stranog malignog utjecaja, jer danas u Crnoj Gori političke elite relativizuju ili čak negiraju postojanje stranog malignog utjecaja i upravo to doprinosi da on bude sve jači i intenzivniji. I potrebno je definitivno koordinisano djelovanje, dakle, ponovila bih, države, civilnog sektora, akademske zajednice, ali i brojnih eksperata iz različitih oblasti kako bismo zajedničkim snagama uspjeli da zapravo pređemo preko svih tih prepreka koje donose strani maligni utjecaj i hibridne prijetnje, kako bi Crna Gora politički i bezbjednosno postala otporna ili barem dostigla veći stepen otpornosti i zapravo postala prva naredna članica Evropske unije, jer to bi svakako bio naravno naš nacionalni bonus i interes, ali svakako to bi poslalo snažan signal i drugim zemljama regiona da je Evropska unija spremna za dalje proširenje. Dakle, zajedničkim snagama mislim da možemo uraditi dosta kako bi osnažili našu državu. I naravno da političke elite pređu preko svih prepreka i da nekako se ostave po strani svi politički interesi i kalkulacije i ujedine se ka jednom zajedničkom cilju.
Draško, Jelena, hvala na ekspertskim uvidima, ali i ovom konstruktivnom pristupu ovim prijetnjama sa kojima se Crna Gora suočava. Sigurna sam da je publiku razgovor zaintrigirao i da biste voljeli da pročitate izvještaj. Njega možete pronaći na sajtu Digitalnog forenzičkog centra dfc.me. Hvala Jelena, hvala Draško. We now revisit humanity's oldest weapon, storytelling. From campfire tales to the digital battlefield, narratives shape conflicts and societies. Delivering his remarks is Sasha Blažaković, political and communication consultant. Sasha, the floor is yours.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here today. Allow me at the beginning to extend my thanks to Savo Kentara, to Emma, Azra, Jelena, and all other people working on this organization. This has been 15th time they have organized it, and they have done it greatly, so please, one applause for them. I also would like to extend my gratitude to have the opportunity to hear so many interesting arguments, so many interesting discussions, and get some insights. So let's stay on the interesting side of the story. Can we get a new slide? We do live in interesting times. Let me just quote from a few weeks ago the message that came from Peking from Xi Jinping, who said, "We live in a time of change, and the kind of change that's happening is the change that happens once in about 100 years." Let's just kind of sit on that. It is a very bold statement, and it is a very intriguing statement to have something like that in front of us. So, living in interesting time, it may be a blessing, it may be a curse, and we will see how it will play out. So, let me start this with one postmodern statement. Everything is the same, yet everything is different. So, let's go first, what is the same? If we check, can we get another one? The battle for minds and hearts of people has been going on since thousands of years. Since there has been a human society, it was important to get into people's hearts and minds, even more to hearts than to minds. People have been sitting around campfires and telling stories, transferring values from generation to generation, resolving fears and providing solutions, providing comfort. We are beings that live in society, and we are deeply conditioned, actually, to be a part of society. That is what still is the same. We still remember stories. Stories still have impacts on our lives. As I do come from an area that does branding, campaigns, and similar things, I say we have three kinds of campaigns. You have cognitive campaigns, where you try to influence people's minds' understanding of something. Then you have emotional campaigns. They are campaigns that actually refer to some emotions and try to stimulate people to feel something. And then you have behavioral campaigns that tend to get people to act in a certain way. So, what is still the same is the politics. Regardless, are we talking about dictatorships, autocracies, kingdoms, democracies, we are talking about battles for hearts and minds. Regardless what system it is, it always takes care about do we have hearts and minds of people. What is different today is few important things. So, as this is the talk about narratives, let me just give not scientific but one slight definition of narrative. Narratives are not the ultimate truths they often try to present themselves to be. Narratives are stories that have function and have objectives, and they usually take one grain of truth or one factual information upon which they build actually the whole narrative. And they try to present themselves as such with certain objectives. Okay? So, the other thing that is different is the technology. Let's just shortly run through the story. So, prior to 1900s, people transfer stories actually face to face. People meet together, gather. Slowly, we have development of mass media. You have print media, but we also have to take into account that literacy is quite low. And we have radio. Those two media at the beginning, they are very rational. When we communicate with words as such, that's very rational communication. One hint that comes in the First World War is actually cinema. People start going to cinemas. The technology of movie making starts developing. So, if we look at that and if we remind ourselves, the entrance of the United States into the First World War was organized by a narrative, by Committee on Public Information, where thousands of speakers were giving 4-minute speeches to the people in cinemas. That was the kind of entertainment many people went to. Important and relevant people from society, from local community, would then get up, and prior to the movie, the people came to watch, they would come out and actually in 4 minutes deliver a speech. How to support our troops? Why do we have to get into war? Where do we buy bonds? It's how do we finance this war? And it was a successful campaign. But today, we live in a time, interesting time, where about 10,000 messages a day hits our brains. When you look around the development of technology, we live in a time that has never been so fast. Never has been there so many information hitting us on daily basis. And the new generation that's growing up in it has completely different context that it lives in. So, we engage with less than 50 messages. Just 30 or 40 years ago, that was several times less of messages that we were exposed to. So, the age of social media, let me just remind you. So, about 25 years ago, there was a huge talk, and there was a huge optimism, actually. Optimism went as follows. Internet will connect people, everybody will be heard, and in front of us is just the unprecedented time of democratization, where each individual will get the right to get their voice. Well, now, a couple of decades later, we can say, it did not really happen that way. We have never been exposed to more disinformation, fake news. Never has been more negative news distributed over the media than it is today. And social media is actually ideal for spreading negative news. I mean, there were discussions today just about that. How do we polarize societies from inside? How to spread negative news, create atmosphere that does not provide hope and perspective. Society without perspective is a society that looks where? Backwards, getting to implode in itself. So, it is a time where everything becomes relative. We live in an era of post-truth. When we say post-truth, what do we mean by that? Since everything is so individualized, since we are becoming more socially atomized, everybody has his own truth. This is actually the context in which narratives, as I said, they are not just ordinary stories our grandmother tell us. They are some isolated fact, some grain of truth taken upon which something else is built. And quite often we don't see right at the beginning what is the objective of that. Later on, we'll realize there's usually cluster of narratives going parallel with each other, since there's so many possibilities today to reach us today. Okay? So, we have a Generation Z. We are talking about digital natives. That's the first generation that has grown up in a time and they don't know how the world looks like without internet. They have grown up in an environment where 10,000 messages is since they were born. As we know, as we all know, you will see parents coming somewhere and giving kids what? The smartphone to actually play so parents could have some free time, right? They are digital natives. Today, these people are voters, young people in our communities. Tomorrow they will be parents, and right after that, they will become leaders of our society. And there is this, go back to 8, please. There is this research that says that attention span at that generation is getting shorter and shorter. It's 8 seconds. 8 seconds is not much of a time, but actually, we should not look at it one-dimensionally. Since this is the first generation born in a digital era, they are digital natives, and they are exposed to so many messages, first 8 seconds is the time where they actually scan the environment. When they find something that's interesting, something that has been made relevant to them, they do spend much more time in it. Then they will look the whole movies on YouTube about the subject they are interested in. You will see that also in data that says that 30% is the increase in the sale of books, and there are plans to build more brick-and-mortar stores of the books in the United States exactly for that generation. Okay? So, let's not look one-dimensionally at the data that we are usually given and take it as such. Okay? So, in order to make narratives successful, there are basically two things. They extremely simplify something. We need to simplify and then amplify. When I say amplify, this is not just by means of sheer number of shares or putting it on many platforms. When I say amplify, we don't do it just by reiterating the same boring facts. As Milan Jovanovic was saying in a panel before, we cannot be boring if we want to get the hearts and minds of new generation. Being boring is a recipe for losing the game. So, amplifying means adding to narrative juicy things that people can identify with, something that can get into their hearts. And that's not numbers, that's not percentages, that's not the talk about European values, whatever they may be. But it is about things that make life, that make everyday life, and they are relevant to them. And let me just go a couple of years back when two of the dictionaries got their words of the year. Why are they interesting? Well, narratives that we put out, it is not the same who tells them. And, as you see, being authentic, and this is what the new generation looks for, not for photoshopped images and everything being perfect. They're looking for actually real life. And the second one, Riz, the young one knows what it is. It's about charisma. It's about being somebody who can gather somebody's attention. So, narratives are being told by someone. And there was a German ambassador who said he kind of doesn't feel comfortable with it because it seems like they are making up these narratives. Well, the truth is, we are living in a battle of narratives. We are permanently in it. They are not the ultimate truths. They are not the historical clear cut, those are the facts, this is how it was. Irrational factor in politics, in society, is, at least in my opinion, too much underestimated. People don't react on rational reasons very often. Actually, they react on their emotions, their aspirations, their fears. Okay? So, since we are in Montenegro, there are several battling narratives that I'm just going to mention here today. Just going to leave them on as, let's say, food for thought. So, you have a story about Crnogorske Ustaše from a long time ago. It is historically a marginal story, but it is a narrative that somebody tries to actually enlarge and make it relevant. Okay? What does it say? What is the point of such narratives? Are there really Ustaše in Montenegro? Well, come on, let's be real. No. But there is an idea to create a wall that says, look, those are the people that identify with Ustaše. With Ustaše, there is nothing to talk about. It actually says, people from Montenegro, and so there is no conversation there, because with Ustaše, there's no talking, right? So, one more. Okay, well, Montenegro is the mafia state, okay? So, when somebody from Scandinavian countries tells you that, some Dane or some Finnish person, you know, maybe you should think about corruption and mafia working in your country, you will think about it. When you get it from a neighboring regime that controls this media that's pushing it on, at least we have to think about it, well, let's wait a second. What's actually the objective of this? Okay? One more thing. The questions of states and statehoods. Very often you have one branch of narrative that actually talks more about the regions than about the whole. And in long term it tries to create the idea, well, actually, you know, Montenegro is small. You see, this regions, this one goes here, this one there. You know, it's kind of making that doubt about it. Well, okay. But then you will see also some successful narratives where symbols are a huge part of it, where you will connect old and new, where you will actually, with Litye, go over the board. It began in one way, it was sparked by one side, but it was powerful enough to actually draw more people in and extend its scope and reach. This is when you bring your narrative to the other's door. It was a successful narrative. Of course, there's still much more to be said about it. So, since the time is off, my question for all of you to leave it hanging is, what is the winning narrative of Montenegro in 2030? And let me not leave it like this. Which is the narrative which has frame wide enough to include Montenegrians, Serbs, Bosniaks, Albanians, and Croats? And for all of them to have enough space and feel good in that frame of the state of Montenegro. What is the narrative? You will not be just living it, you are the people who will be making it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sasha, for the inspiring endnote. We are now approaching our final panel, exploring artificial intelligence at the heart of the digital transformation. This session will explore both opportunities and risks of AI-driven innovation, its impact on digital transformation, and the pressing challenge of building resilience against cyber threats. Guiding this forward-looking session is Snežana Nikčević from NGO 35mm. Snežana, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Since this is the last panel for today, and it is a topic that is very close to my heart, I'd really like to welcome my guest to the stage, since we really don't want to take over much time than it was anticipated. We've been practicing me pronouncing the name of Mr. Gilles Schworer, and I think I pronounce it quite well, head of the Western Balkans Cyber Capacity Center, who has a distinguished career across several areas in France, mainly cybercrime, so he'll be joining me today for the session. And my other guest, Mr. Ivan Stankovic from CHICOM, who also has extensive experience within the cybersecurity and digital infrastructure. Thank you very much for joining me today. And since this is a really huge topic that honestly, like 30-ish minutes cannot be enough, like maybe even years to talk about it, but I'd be really, really glad to start out with the question toward you, Gilles. What kind of risks do you see when we are talking about the intersection of AI and cybersecurity? And honestly, how can we use it to better protect critical infrastructure in the Western Balkans?
Thank you, Vedana. Thank you for your invitation. I'm very glad to be here with you in this beautiful town of Budva. Every technological revolution brings progress, modernization, and also new challenges, new danger. So, in fact, I think like AI, in particular, can play this a dual role. In fact, so it will allow us to work faster, to work quicker, with big efficiency. AI called insurance constant vigilance against the detection of threat. You know this with the SOCs in the private sector, but not only. Exactly. And this vigilance is, of course, far superior of what a human being can do, in fact. So it gives a lot of advantage and improvement for security, and in the same times we have also new challenges. So if in fact it enables us to work quicker, for the criminals it's the same thing. So they can spread ransomware, they can do social engineering. We were talking about disinformation, deepfake, so we need people trained to recognize this and to have who knows what are facing to us, in fact. So there's new threats, of course.
Yeah, and while we're talking about it, and this is sort of a question pointed out towards you, Ivan, is when we talk about AI, it's like this double-edged sword, kind of. So you already mentioned like these attacks that we are actually like kind of already anticipated, we knew about, but what do you think, like what is something that worries you now more than something else when we are talking about frameworks of AI?
As Gilles mentioned, I would just add one thing, maybe AI is changing everything actually, and when we are speaking about cybersecurity, AI is shaping cybersecurity into the run. On one side we have attackers who will use AI to scale their attacks and tricks, and on the other hand we have defenders who will use it to scale their defense and shields. So it's not question will AI shape cybersecurity, it's rather a question will we use it as a defenders to shape it for resilience, or allow attackers to shape it for us. So, in my opinion, there is several things that, let's say, raise a red flag for me. This is usage of AI tool to strengthen social engineering attacks. So, for example, if you are speaking about phishing emails and spam, in previous period before AI, we can say that we could easily spot these emails, because these emails was created with some missing letters, bad spelling, context of the email was a poor translation. And when you add AI and create a phishing email, this phishing email is almost without any problem. So it's a good context of the email, it's a good translation on the local language, and it's actually tailor-made for specific individuals. So if you are communicating with your friend or CEO or a business partner, you will not recognize it as a spam. So at the end, you will need to use some AI tool from security, let's say, segment to recognize that this email is actually a phishing email. On the second place, I would say that there is a lot of voice and video deepfakes that Gilles also mentioned, and I believe that we can see right now examples and cases where the attackers actually use this kind of attack to approve or authorize some fraudulent transactions. And maybe third that I would like to mention, it's a little bit more technical part, it's a vulnerability scanning and discovery. So now attackers using AI can create a model that can be used to scan a lot of systems, and in the same time they will create a response report with let's say vulnerabilities, weak spots, and also give them and generate exploits, how to use this vulnerable spot. So all these changes actually for attackers bring shortening time to develop such a model. Before AI, they took a month of a lot of money working to achieve something like this. So nowadays I would say that these threats become so real that it's a very blur line between regular business activities and these malicious attacks.
Yeah, and while we are on it, one of the things that we are facing, and I think one of the reasons that we are talking and putting cybersecurity on a high priority level, so to say, and integrate information integrity, we've been hearing a lot of talks about digital literacy, the importance of, recognizing disinformation narratives and stuff like that. But on the other side, we have this skill gap, so to say, especially when it comes to the number of people who are actually dealing with cybersecurity. And this is where I mean, somehow it is natural to actually question, like, from the perspective of a person who works within the cyber capacity center, how do you see this, like, usage of AI tools, like, contributing to this skill gap that we actually have? Like, how would you frame, from your point of view, this usage? Would it, like, help us, or would, like, deepen even more this gap that we are talking about?
Yes, it's an important topic. It's a strategic topic also. And you're right, there's a lack of expertise, but not only in the Western Balkans, not only in the region, in fact, all over the world. In EU, there's around 400,000 unfilled position in the field of cybersecurity, so it's huge. So I should say that we can say both AI could both bridge and deepen the cybersecurity skills gap. It can help to fulfill this gap because, well, as we said just before, it helps to go faster. We are able to treat massive data with these tools, so we can do some automatic repetitive task so very quickly. So it can help in a way, and so that's human. The human being, where our expert could be focused to on higher order decision making. But there is also this kind of improvement. AI can also help us to train people to know how to do cybersecurity, to treat incidents. With simulation platforms and so on, it could be useful also. But in the other hand, we have to take care that our young or senior, not senior, junior analysts won't become just button pusher. They have to understand that we have to use AI as a tool to have a better understanding, have a high skill, and not to have just people just pushing the button without having any knowledge behind. So this is our challenge. There's also the question of the equality of access. If SHICOM have enough power and money to enough budget to equip and to buy AI tools, maybe it's not the case for every company. So we have to be careful on this topic also.
Yeah, which actually is a kind of good introduction for my question to Ivan. I mean, I come from a civil society organization, and one of the things, and I work a lot in the area of digital literacy and actually online safety, mostly with young people. But what I also do a lot is actually spending a lot of time in the field, working with small businesses and stuff like that. And whenever we are talking about, AI and implications of AI or cybersecurity in general, we were talking a lot about that in the previous year. Like this budget part is always an issue, but it's also like this, this sense of we cannot escape from it. So, I mean, more or less at certain point, it's just everywhere around us. So I was just, curious, and something that we mentioned previously from the perspective of industry. What are like these fastest wins? Do actually kind of defend? What kind of tools, what kind of, advices would you have? Or what do you think are the fastest wins when it comes of using AI in this sense?
Yeah, I must say before I answer on your question that actually when you are speaking about artificial intelligence, we must speak about security or cybersecurity because it cannot go without one of these two in the story. Why? Because I would say for small or medium businesses, actually the biggest, let's say, win-win situation with the AI is actually this automation. So we all know that AI models are used to, let's say, analyze and work with a huge amount of data from the different sources. I must say that there is no human or human team which can match that speed and possibility. Also, he collects, as I said, different resources, information from different devices and sources in general, and they are actually able to flag some small deviation which could lead to attack. So this is proactive approach. It's actually early warnings about possible attack. The second one is actually a next step of this automation, and that is, let's say, anomaly detection and incident response. I would rather say that, like that, because why? You have all the, let's say, organization with cyber security expert analysts, and you have incident, you have a breach, and human need time, days, hours, probably days, even months in some situation to get information who, when, and how breach into the system, just to isolate that system at the end. If we use AI, this can be done, I would say, in real time. AI security tools have defined playbooks. They have different kind of analytics, user behavior analytics, etc., etc. I just don't want to go deeply into the technical, but it can do that in the less than 1 minute. And that speed is actually a game changer. So this is a win for small SMEs, let's call it like that. But there is one catch. You know, company cannot just buy AI security tool and said, okay, I have a silver bulletproof shield. No, there is a problem. You must also invest in the people, to educate the people so that people can know what is it, how to use it, and how to trust it at the end. So I would say AI is a good thing because AI is not sleepy or tired at 3 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, that is a win. But with this segment, people. So these are two segments, technology and people, and I will also add a third segment, processes, defined processes. So these three are actually...
Yeah, I mean, processes are quite important. I mean, I could also have so many questions right now around data and quality of data, especially when you are feeding the algorithms and how, you know, how many results and what kind of results they're going to produce. But I mean, it's not very wise to go into it. It would last for some hours. You know, I mean, when it comes to this story around, you know, AI and use of it and you know, human factor in it, one of the things that I always like to say is like we cannot talk about like being safe. We can talk about being safer because it's, as you said, a process. You can never guarantee 100% safety. I mean, you know, the things are changing so fast. But I would take it back to Gilles and the Cyber Capacity Center on this one. Since this is a regional center that we are talking about, and I mean, I also spend a lot of time in the region, and pretty much all, at least civil society and the people that I'm like, you know, having conversations with are facing pretty much similar problems in the region when it comes to this. But can you like share what are kind of the plans of Cyber Capacity Center in this sense, especially since we already had like this small discussion when we were preparing for the session? When we are talking about responsible use of AI, this is something that we also come up with, you know, something that should be highlighted. But if you can share like what Cyber Capacity Center is planning on doing in this sphere.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about this center, the Western Balkan Cyber Capacity Center, located in Podgorica. So we should say first that it's a result of a tripartite cooperation with Slovenia, Montenegro, and France. And the idea is to contribute to enhance the cyber resilience in the region, not only in Montenegro, in all the Western Balkans. So, in fact, we are on the way to become an international organization. So I hope that soon the countries of the region will be able to join us in this new organization, and also beyond over states, EU states, and beyond also. So it means that our mission, when we talk about cyber capacity building, it's not only training, it's also to provide tools, because as we in fact say in discussion, without tools in cyber you can't do nothing. So you have to have people trained to use these tools, and then if they don't have the tools, it's not useful. So you have to provide them those license, we should say, and it's very expensive. So we need budget. We talk about this and for this we cover 3 pillars: cyber security. It's a central place. Cybercrime. If there's some weakness in the cybersecurity, the criminals will exploit this. So we have this pillar also, more dedicated to justice and law enforcement, and cyber diplomacy. So we should say that we are here for a long-term action. We have the staff, we have the location, the premises. We do structural action and in partnerships with the public and the private sector. With universities, so we start to provide diploma courses, and especially in partnership with the University of Technology of Troyes, the French one, and close to the University of Montenegro. The idea is to have them involved step by step, and of course, one of the items, one of the topic would be, of course, and is already AI. So we need people, as we said before, trained in this field to understand, to be able to in the field of cybercrime especially. We make some exchange with CICOM. We have our first digital forensic bachelor degree, and we have all the students, in fact. We come and visit CICOM SOCs. And the idea was, for instance, with the example, to let them know what they could have as intelligence, as information for their job. If, for instance, if you are tackle a botnet, if nobody from the community of the cybersecurity told you as a law enforcement that there's maybe a C2 of a botnet hosted in your country, it's impossible for you to know it and to start investigation. So that's why it's important to create and to build the bridge between the community of the cybersecurity and law enforcement. And for AI, it's the same. They need to understand what we are, how it works in national CERT or in SOCs or IT team with AI. And for them, in their, when you are investigator, and if you do some huge investigation like SkyOCC, EncroChat, the big case with encrypt solution, so you extract massive data, and you have to analyze, to implement it, because investigator they have to push the button and to know, okay, how much IDIPs involved in Montenegro in this case. So it must be very useful for them, very easy so they need this tool, and AI can help them in their case. But as you say, there's not only this technical issue, there's also, and we contribute to this reflection also, to encourage, in fact, alignment on AI governance standards for across the Western Balkan, and alignment of EU standards specifically.
Okay, I mean, when we were talking about, and I really like that you mentioned this, like bridging the gap between the, law enforcement and, the cybersecurity capacities, and this other side that is us as citizens who are, supposed to be informed what is done, how it's done, how the system works, and, how will we be protected. You mentioned something before, and it's very, nice sort of introduction for the question that I have. We're talking about an ecosystem. I mean, we need to have the technical aspect, but we also need to be aware of the human factor in it. And some data that I've read actually says that the human factor is still, the highest sort of a priority in all of these talks. As someone who is pretty much involved in these talks, these layers, and I'm asking this and trying to give the intro because I'm very, very curious about knowing what you think about the readiness of people who work and live in Montenegro for these things. Like the businesses, we already touched upon that, but like how ready they are, considering the fact that, for example, we are still, and having in mind today's sort of flow and the talk about the EU accession and EU alignment, and all of these sort of procedures that we are supposed to follow, like, I don't know, we still don't have the GDPR aligned, and this is something that is still ongoing, which is a precondition for a lot of things that's been done, and the focus was on actual infrastructure a lot, but on the other side, there is still so much to be done for the citizens to be informed on what it is, how it functions, because I think that it's really important to talk with the language that everybody can understand. So just having also your experience in mind, and I know that you've been really active around, what do you think? Like, are people like, aware, ready, like at least from the business perspective? We are not now talking only like, the regular knowledge, but also people who are supposed to work with that. And also, more importantly, people who are actually just following the hype, so to say, around AI without, enough capacity building beforehand.
Okay, so a lot of questions in one
No,
question.
no. A small intro for, very focused question.
I will try to explain overall. I speaking about technology, people, and processes.
Yeah.
I will mention now processes. You have a regulation. You have NIS2 directive, and you have DORA directive coming from European Union. DORA is for financial institution, and NIS is in general. So we have a new law from the last year about informational security, and I would say that we have one step regulated. This is a process, what to do. But on the other hand, we have two, let's say, part of the companies, large companies, where I would like to mention financial institutions, banks, telco operators, some governmental institutions, which are actually started to use AIs in their environments, or they create a pilot project to check what to, what can done, etc., to start to use AI in their departments. But they are very strictly regulated, and that's, I would say, the biggest reason why they are starting. On the other side, they have people, and they have a budget that they can invest in the education and training and security awareness programs for the people. But again, they are on the, let's say, first step. It started, that's a good thing, but I have concerns for SMEs. Because with the new directive in NIS2 and our local law, there is two group of the companies, critical infrastructure and important infrastructure, and they need to align with this law and this 27.1 standard. It's not a small thing, but for SMEs, I would say that quick win maybe is AIs, but the question is, do they have a strategy? Do they have enough budget? Do they have enough people, not experienced people, just the people who can be part of some training program and to use AI? So I see this as a big problem. I must say that, as Gilles said, we as a company providing these kind of services just for SMEs. But at the end, I would say that every company needs to have a strategy to appropriately create what kind of people they need, what kind of tool they need, and to approach step by step. Because if you try to build the AI with small, let's say, group of people without knowledge, then I would say that you are in bigger problem than you was before this implementation of AI.
Thank you so much. And then to take it over to Gilles, like from your perspective, this EU alignment, and we mentioned it a little bit before, so I'm not going to repeat myself. How do you see, this alignment, importance, and segment, considering that we are talking about cybersecurity? And I know that the Capacity Center was heavily involved, like in all of these talks. And what are some of the, highlights that you would share in that aspect?
Yes, well, in fact, the first reason that we will have to promote those EU standards, it's because the 6 Western Balkans are in fact candidate for future adhesion. So it's the first reason. So it's better for us, for the region, to start to work with these standards like you do, with the EU AI Act, with the Digital Service Act for the the regulation. And so it's very important because all these standards, in fact, brings trust, in fact, because we need compliance, and compliance ensures cross-border cooperation, in fact, and in cyber, it's well, there's no border, so it must be interoperable. And without this alignment, without this compliance, local companies, regional companies, maybe could have the risk of being excluded by EU supply chain. So it's important to work on this, of course, and the center could promote those regulation. And of course, it's also with AI. We need to protect AI because when you use ChatGPT, you have to ask you the question: where's going your data after? So there's this topic. So we need regulation. We need standards to avoid disinformation, to avoid leaks, and also to promote, in fact, ethics and democratic values. It's also the goal at the end.
Definitely, and I'm glad that you mentioned the Digital Services Act because, you know, to say a nice and positive thing, like Montenegro is already working on aligning. The working group is like ongoing, and they're working on actually aligning this part of the EU acquisitions. And since we don't have that much time anymore, I just really want to close up with you, both of you, giving 1 or 2 sentences maximum. What do you think is like the most urgent priority for making AI as like a force for security and not the other way around? And to wrap it up with that one.
Yeah, will you?
Yep, you can do, whoever wants to do it.
Prevention, training, and also governance frameworks to be must be in place to ensure reasonable and also responsible development of the use of AI in the region, I think.
Thank you, Jan.
Well, I would add just one risk on top of this. It's a data governance and trust, as you said, because this is really important. Without this in proper standardized implementation, you will open additional door of risk for compliance, GDPR, etc. So, in general, I already said it. Standardization create a strategy with the people who will guide this implementation of AI tool with responsibility, and rushing into the AI can just be a very expensive toy to provide you just a simulation of your security in company, but without people it's not gonna work.
Thank you both so much. I'd like to thank you all for staying with us until the end. This was the end of our conversation for the day, although we would have so much more to discuss with. I thank you both for being with us today, and that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Snežana. And now, as this remarkable forum draws to a close, we turn to the voices that will seal our reflections and project them into the future. Delivering the closing key takeaways are Dr. Savo Kentera, President of the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, and Marko Banović, Chief Analyst of the Digital Forensic Center.
Ajmo! Još! Tako, bre. Što si ovo najavila, Sofija?
Closing key takeaways.
Dali su nam ova 2 papira, ljudi. Sad mi ovo kao treba da čitamo ovdje. Ne pada nam na pamet, jel imaš? Da zatvorimo ovo, da se kao sumiramo čitav događaj. I Marko i ja smo se dogovorili da nećemo mnogo da vas ubijamo sa pričom. Restoran se zatvara u 2:30, imamo još 5 minuta da završite sa ručkom dolje. Tako da budemo što efikasniji vaši. Slažeš se?
Naravno.
Što ste napisali tu? Ono što smo rekli da ćemo da kažemo.
Pa, znamo da je bilo skoro 500 učesnika, 55 govornika, da smo govorili o ključnim pitanjima evropske i globalne bezbjednosti, od uloge NATO saveza do stabilnosti Zapadnog Balkana.
Kako ovo naučio ja?
Prošao dobru školu.
Kaže, na otvaranju smo čuli da je potvrđeno da Crna Gora ostaje čvrsto opredjeljena da uz podršku saveznika očuva mir, stabilnost i slobodu na globalnom nivou. Kukala na majke. Zamislite, Crna Gora na globalnom nivou čuva mir.
A pomenuta su i nova bezbjednosna pitanja, od cyber prijetnji do dezinformacija, koja, kako smo čuli, zahtijevaju koordinisan odgovor da bi Zapadni Balkan bio bezbjedan.
Kaže, sve što smo čuli tokom ova 2 dana i što je tu BS forum gradi u proteklih 15 godina potvrđuje da je riječ o najvažnijoj platformi za dijalog o bezbjednosti i budućnosti regiona. Je li, Marko?
Uvijek bio i bit će.
Ljudi, šalu na stranu. Ja mislim da je najbitnija stvar koju smo mi uspjeli za ova 2 dana da uradimo, što smo vas okupili ovdje, što ste vi došli svi da nas podržite ova 2 dana, što smo imali izuzetno kvalitetne, dobre diskusije, što nismo imali smorne panele, što se na panelima stvarno raspravljalo o kvalitetnim, gorućim svjetskim pitanjima, regionalnim isto tako, a ono čime sam posebno zadovoljan to je današnji dan i ovaj panel vezano za crnogorsko-hrvatske odnose. Hrvatska koja nam je tu susjed, koja će nam sutra itekako značiti kada budemo ulazili u Europsku uniju i sva ova pitanja o kojima su ministri danas razgovarali su ključ da se riješe što prije, a vidjeli smo da gdje ima volje ima i načina. I siguran sam da Hrvatska, kad se vidi da sa naše strane, pogotovo u onim segmentima vlade koji su potpuno proevropski orijentisani, ima volje da se ta pitanja rešavaju, da će se ta pitanja vrlo brzo i riješiti. Ja želim da vam se svima zahvalim što ste nas ispratili ova 2 dana, što ste ostali do kraja, što ste komentarisali na društvenim mrežama i dijelili ove sadržaje, da se zahvalim svim medijima i onima koji su bili kao sponzori, odnosno pokrovitelji, i onima koji to nisu, ali koji su nas pratili ova 2 dana. Rekli su mi da smo imali izuzetno dobru medijsku pokrivenost, tako da i njima jedno veliko hvala. Neću sad, ako krenem da nekoga nabrajam, odnosno da sve nabrajam, sigurno ću zaboraviti nekoga i neka mi niko ne zamjeri ako ih zaboravim, ali ono što vidim odavde, to su ljudi koji su i omogućili da sve ovo tehnički prođe kako treba, ljudi, odnosno ekipa naših fenomenalnih prevodilaca koja 2 dana nije stala. Znamo koliko je to teško raditi. Vesna, Vanja, veliko hvala i vama. Naravno, osoblje ovoga hotela koje je tu bilo stvarno na usluzi svima nama, ne ova 2 dana, nego ovih 15 godina. Ko još? Ima li još koga? Rekao sam tehniku, rekao sam sve. Nina, molim te, Nemanja, koji su režirali ovaj događaj, koji su s aspekta PR-a odradili sve što treba. Draga Sofiji koja se prihvatila ovog vrlo teškog zadatka, zvali smo je maltene u minut do 12 da bude MC i odradila si fenomenalan posao.
Hvala.
Odmah da ti to kažem. I onaj, moram pomenuti, core tim ljudi koji su iznijeli čitav događaj, bez kojih ovo sve ne bi bilo moguće. Azra, Ema, Rašo, Ivana. Gdje ste? Ajmo, dođi vamo. Ana, za malo da te zaboravim. Već mi se naljutila bila. Dobro je nekad kad se napiše da se ne zaboravi neko. Samo je pogledajte facu. Mrtva ljuta. Evo vam je core tim ljudi koji je ovaj forum 15. iznio za, vjerovali ili ne, manje od mjesec dana. Uz sve poteškoće koje smo imali, uz velike opstrukcije koje smo imali, ali i uz veliku podršku međunarodnih partnera, međunarodne javnosti, napravili su da sve ovo izgleda onako kako treba da izgleda. Nisu mogli to sami napraviti i u tome su im pomogli svi oni ljudi iz organizacije Mladih Atlantskog saveza. Nadam se da su svi ovdje, oni koji nisu, neka se pridruže posle, a ovi koji jesu, izađite odmah vamo da vas svi vide ko ste i što ste. Iz backstage-a ekipa neka mi dođe vamo isto.
Jelena i Draško.
Draško nije učestvovao, šta je, ti si u DFC?
Jelena jes.
Jel? Jes, jel? Pa što ne kažeš da i on? Draško, molim te što ne stoji. Jelena. Eto, vidite. Sad sam se sjetio, Jelena je radila na ovoj aplikaciji, Draško na Twitteru non stop. Pogledajte ljudi. Pa ja sam rekao zato da svi izađu, neka se pronađe svako u ovim riječima, pa će svaki izaći bolje nego da ga ja prozivam. Ali ljudi, ovo vam je tim Atlantskog saveza i molim vas jedan veliki aplauz za njih. Ako sam na nešto ponosan sam na ove ljude, jer Atlantski savez nije Atlantski savez bez ovih ljudi. Oni su ti koji su neko od prije 15 godina, neko od prije 5 mjeseci sa nama, ali zahvaljujući njima TBS i Atlantski savez su ono što jesu. Veliko vam hvala, hvala svima vama još jednom i gledamo se iduće godine. Vraćamo forum ponovo ili zadnja nedelja maja ili prva nedelja juna, tako da se gledamo na 16. forumu iduće godine. Hvala i živjeli!